Drew, are we ready to go? Everything's on our end, looks to be okay. How about you?
He's talking to Councilman Staley.
Hey, Brian, are you able to see them or just hear them?
I'm hearing them. They're in the hall.
All right.
Well, like I said, I thought they were back to the way we are, so we'll have to address that for next meeting.
Oh, yeah, I think next meeting we're going to get these four,
Yeah,
probably.
yeah, because I realize it's the commission's decision, but the council wants to have the public have this opportunity.
So we opened it up for them to,
And we just need to get back in there.
yeah, but so we're set up for people to come in.
Yeah, for the next couple of days, we need to get.
Well, again, I just do.
Hey, Jason. Sorry, I was out in the hallway. Or what are we waiting on? Is there?
We're just waiting for you.
Oh,
It'd be hard for us to get anywhere without you, Drew. I'm going to be honest.
I doubt that, but I'm ready.
Okay. Well, in that case, I'd like to call this meeting to order. Welcome everybody to the Planning Commission meeting on January 20th, 2021. We'll begin this meeting with an invocation by Commissioner Shield, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance that I will actually lead. Commissioner Shield.
Okay. Our Father in heaven, we're thankful for the opportunities we have to serve our community and to serve one another. We're thankful that we can tonight in this Planning Commission meeting and pray that that will help us to have strength and unity with one another and understanding of the items that we are discussing this evening. Pray that all will have understanding hearts and minds and be able to accept and acknowledge the rules and regulations set forth for a good community. We ask you that we can help one another, help us to be mindful of each other. And we pray for this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Commissioner Shield. For those of you that like to join me at the Pledge of Allegiance, would you please follow? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible.
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we begin our meeting tonight, there are several items on the docket where we had quite a large number of comments that were submitted. And I wanted to acknowledge that the Planning Commission has received the forwarded written public comments. I know I spent better part of a day and a half reading them. And I wanted the public to know, and I wanted to go on record to make sure that everybody's understanding that we've received these and we've read them. Comments that came in more recent will be read this evening. Not every comment that was submitted will be read. So with that being said, let's approve the agenda. I look for a motion to approve the agenda for January 20th, 2021.
This is Commissioner Musso. I move that we approve the agenda for this evening for January 20th, 2021.
Second that.
I've got a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the approval for the agenda this evening is approved. Approval of the minutes from January 6th, 2021, which you all have had a chance to, at least you've received. Hopefully you've had a chance to review it. Is there any corrections that you'd like to make at this time? If not, I'll look for a motion to approve the minutes from January 6th, 2021.
This is Commissioner Schill. I move to approve the minutes of the January 6, 2021 Planning Commission meeting.
Commissioner Musso, I'll second.
I have a motion, I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye as well. Any opposed? Okay, our minutes for the January 6th previous meeting have been approved. Item number 3 is the declaration of any abstentions or conflicts that each of us have. As a reminder, it's mainly if you live close to or if you have a financial interest in one of the items on the menu or on the docket.
I have none.
None from Musso. Shield, do you have any?
No.
All right. Van, do you have any?
I don't.
I live in proximity to 5A and 7A, but I do not have a financial interest in those. We'll move to our first item then of our final plat, which is item 4A. This is consideration and recommendation to the City Council for the Chaparral Ridge Phase 5, located approximately Lost Ridge Drive, Desperado Drive. Applicant is Kent Rasmussen.
Thank you, Chairperson Hanson. As stated, the applicant, is that plat showing up on your screen, gentlemen?
Yes.
Okay, I
Yes.
just want to make sure. The applicant is requesting approval of a final plat for Chaparral Phase 5. As stated, this particular subdivision is proposing 20 lots and the area of coverage is 7.85 acres. The zoning at this location is a single-family residential, 10,000 square foot minimum or R110 zoning designation. And the preliminary plat was approved back on June 23rd of 2008. That is not a misprint, but know that other phases have come in before this as well. So they don't expire once you get one or subsequent phases in and approved. Staff's reviewed the requested proposal and the proposed final plat does conform to the approved amended preliminary plat. And so with that, staff would like to recommend that the Planning Commission recommend approval of the final plat for the Chaparral Ridge Phase 5 subdivision onto the city council, and that'd be based on the findings and subject to the conditions. And this one just has the standard 5 conditions for a final plat. I'll be glad to answer any questions the commission might have on Chaparral Phase 5.
Drew, did that conform to the hillside ordinance when it was originally done, and does it conform now? Because that's a pretty good scar that they left up on that hill.
Well, that's,
Or is it the next subdivision over that I'm thinking of?
yeah, and that stuff took place before the new hillside ordinance went into effect. So it won't, but that when you're going to be looking at a zone change a little later, that one did go before the hillside committee. But this particular one would just fall under, it didn't, have to, because again, it was a subsequent thing. Anything that was already approved then won't supply, but we'll be taking care of that scar, just so you know.
Oh, okay. Well, and if you put a big enough house in front of it, it'll probably take care of itself anyway.
That's what I always said, yeah.
Yeah.
Commissioners, did you have any other questions for staff on this particular item?
So this, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I have one, but I'm gonna hold it until we talk about the next property that's essentially the same thing, but above it, so.
Well, and that's where I am. So I guess it's common to have a 14% grade road. Is that right? Is that what that road is?
Well, right now, no. The one going up won't be.
The top of Lost Ridge, do we know what that grade is at the top there by lots 35 and 36?
Yeah, Brandon, you want to jump in there?
Yeah, I believe we're right around 10 when it's finished out. I think it'll climb up a little higher as we go into the next one. I don't have the plans right here in front of me, but I can look them up if you'd like.
But the roads as they are right now on this plat, what are they? Not talking the,
I believe.
'cause I don't want to talk about something that's not approved yet.
I don't believe they exceed 10. I can
Okay.
look that up, but I don't believe they exceed 10%.
At what point,
Yeah.
Brandon, what point is it at what point is it a concern that the grade is too steep?
15,
15?
where we start to question it at 10, but I mean, 15's, I believe that's when Chief Evans says it's too steep.
Okay.
If he's on here, he can jump in.
He is, and that is correct.
Perfect, thank you.
Got something right.
You're always right. Come on.
Commissioner Shield, did you have other questions about particular final plat?
Well, I guess I do and I don't. On this particular one, is this one this one is not right up Lost Ridge, is that right? Doesn't look to me like it is.
It is.
It
We were
is.
standing on lot 35, you and I, when we were talking.
Okay, it just seems we actually walked through the runoff water gully. And, they did a nice job of, I guess they put a pipe underneath the rocks. And if the pipe gets too much water or clogs, it can go down the rocks and then go down the roadway. But as you walk up behind that and you look at the detention pond, supposedly detention pond, it's pretty small. And I guess my concern is that's going to have to be cleaned out periodically with silt and everything else. And I don't know how you're going to get equipment into that location to clean that detention pond out. Does that make sense?
Can I jump in real quick on that? So what you're seeing, you're talking about that little detention pond that's to the east. It's in like a L shape over there to the top of the screen, correct? Channel that's right there.
That's not
Channel.
the detent, right? Whoa. Okay, go up to the end of that gravel. Right there is kind of a detention pond. That's the only detention pond there is. Where you get all the mixes, there's nothing. That's hill. That's
So
not much detention.
let me jump in really quick. So that is a holding pond. Then we have an overflow, but down, Drew, if you could scroll down to the bottom of Wild Horse.
Hey, let me find,
Where's
you mean,
Wild-
am I going to the south?
Yeah, just scroll really one row to the south.
Oh, sorry, I get off my mouse.
Oh, that's right. Okay, yep, there's Wild Horse there.
That's detention for Chaparral Ridge. So everything will run to there eventually, you know, but you do have like a sediment pond and holding pond up there at the top behind that house. And then that's
Right.
the channel that gets out, and then it'll run through the streets down to that detention. So that they have access that comes through that overflow channel to get back to clean out that pond. You can see how it's separated with the line.
I don't see where they have access.
They can come through right there where Drew's circling or lining that out. That's how they get back there to clean that out with the machine.
All right, good luck.
And we were out there walking that yesterday.
You can't even walk it.
How do you get,
We have a maintenance agreement that's been signed by the developer, and they're agreeing to maintain this and keep it up. Like every subdivision we have that comes in, we get a stormwater maintenance agreement, and then they maintain all of the detention basins, overflow channels, whatever we have that is associated with that. That's signed and recorded.
How long will they maintain that?
As long as that subdivision's there and that's put in place, they're required, HOA is required to maintain that.
But there are no HOA fees, so who's motivated to go in there and clean that?
So right now, the developer has signed it. So that's what we have on record right now. It's been recorded.
I just think it's a gray area, so I'm concerned about that. That's my concern.
That's yeah. Anyways, I'll let you guys talk.
I was just gonna say, I share some concern, Commissioner Shield, and I think that when the next item comes up, I think it's more appropriate at that time. Let's hold it to
It
this.
is.
It's gonna come up again. But as far as this final plat for 4A, I personally don't have any other questions or concerns. Do any of you prior to putting this for a vote? If not, then I look for a motion for item 4A.
I'll make a motion that we recommend approval of the final plat for the Chaparral Ridge Phase 5 subdivision to the city council based on the 5 findings and conditions as outlined.
Second that.
I have a motion by Commissioner Musso and a second by Commissioner Fitzamfu. We'll go to individual voting. Commissioner Musso,
Aye.
Commissioner Fitzamfu,
Aye.
Commissioner Shield,
Well, I have reservations just because I don't feel good about how they're gonna clean that detention up. I don't know. I think there needs to be a condition with that in there. Or is that in the next item?
Drew, could you give us some
Yes.
advice on that?
That would probably be falling in the next item. This one doesn't even pertain to that one, to that runoff.
Now, you guys keep talking about the next item. You're not talking about the next final plat. You're talking about that zone change, correct?
Change, yeah.
Is that right, Commissioners?
Yes.
Okay, I don't want to keep referring to the next item because that's a final plat and there's a few things in between that zone change.
Okay. all
You
right.
just call it the zone change that's coming up later. I'm not trying to be, again, split hairs. It's just I don't want anybody reading that and thinking it's tied to the final plat that comes up next. But that's just, yeah, so you're referring to the zone change that's on the agenda later tonight. And we'll talk about those things then, yes.
So I'll say yes.
I'm an aye as well. Item 4A passes unanimously. We'll move on to item 4B. This is also a final plat. This is consideration and recommendation to the city council for the Majestic Hills Phase 3 final plat located approximately 3650 south, 1320 east. Applicant is Doug Dennett.
Hey, thank you. Stated the applicant's request and approval of the final plat, Majestic Hills Phase 3. This particular subdivision is proposing 23 lots and the area of coverage is 10.09 acres. The zoning at this particular location is a single family residential, 12,000 square foot minimum, or the R112 zoning designation. The preliminary plat was approved back on November 14th of 2018. Staff's reviewed the requested proposal, and the proposed final plat conforms to the approved preliminary plat. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission recommend approval of the final plat for the Majestic Hills Phase 3 subdivision onto the City Council. And that, of course, is based on the findings and subject to the conditions in your report. And they are just the standard 5 for a final plat. I'll be glad. Now, there is one concern that we have, staff, that Kathy pointed out to me, that this road, Meadow Court, we need to change the name on that because that word meadow is used 1,316 times. No, I'm just kidding, but it feels like it in this area. So it's just, when we do 911 addressing, et cetera, we try to keep everything away from like things because then it just gets way confusing for the system to work. So we're just asking that this Meadow Court, have a different name. I mean, if they want to make it easy, I said, hey, just call it Mead Court. Then you just drop the OW. Mead's acceptable, like Lake Mead or something like that. That's just a suggestion, but we need to not have Meadow Court as part of this final plat. With that, I'll be glad to answer any questions the commission has on this final plat.
Drew, is that something that you've spoken to them about and they're okay with, or is this the first time?
I know Kathy she noticed that coming in tonight, like, an hour or so ago. We just need to make sure, again, it doesn't really make any difference until the plat gets recorded. So we have time, they have a little bit of time to bring a name that she can run through the system. Again, we just have them do that and come up. We're just trying to keep, again, names as far apart as possible on roads and subdivision names, et cetera. So, and meadow's been used a lot just by every, you see a meadow in everything anymore. So we're just trying to help not cause more confusion to the system.
So is that a condition then, number 6?
I would feel it would be appropriate, I think, to do that. They can fix that real easy. They'll just find another name. Kathy will run it through and make sure that it's okay.
Perfect. Okay, Commissioner, do you have any questions for staff on item 4B, final plat?
So Drew, what's that notch down below 34 and 31? Is that part of the next phase? Or so that?
Yeah, this area here, they're still going through, because part of this subdivision, if you remember, is it's by that debris basin, that's down there, the gypsum debris basin. And they're still going through, they're going through clearances to get it out of the floodplain, through the local floodplain authority. What's it called? Brandon, what's that group called down here that I keep always forgetting?
That you had it right. Flood control.
Okay. So that still hasn't been finalized yet. So as soon as that's done, they'll bring these 2 lots in on its own plat. That's what it is.
Okay, but the debris basin's to the south of that because isn't just.
Yeah, but I'm going to show you real quick. You'll when I light it up, you'll understand. Here we go. I'm just going to bring up. See that blue stick of those 2 lots, the area you're talking about right there?
Yeah.
So that's why we got to get that. And it's not been official. I mean, everybody's agreed that it's okay to come out. It's just that all the, the official paperwork's not done yet.
Okay. And then
so that's why that's left out.
And then just due south of that is where they're putting in those.
Right here. Those storage units go right in here.
Okay.
Does that help you now? Understand that's what that blank is.
Yeah.
Drew, can you remind me what the zoning for the property to the east is of this subdivision?
The east?
Yeah, right there. All that. That's
right here, and I'll light it up for you. You'll see it in a second. This piece is open space still, but you got R110 up here, C1 over here, and you got 3650 is going to be running right through here.
okay.
But this owner has not come in and changed anything yet. The general plan would allow them to, well, they're going to have to get it out of open space if they can.
Okay. All right, thank you. I don't have anything else. Gentlemen, anything else, gentlemen?
I don't.
I don't.
All right, up now I'll look for a motion on item 4B.
This Commissioner Shill, I would move that we recommend to the city council consideration and for the Majestic Hills Phase 3 final plat located approximately 3650 south, 1320 east with the applicant as Doug Dennett with the 5 conditions plus the number 6 condition we talked about, name change for Road Meadow Court.
Commissioner Musso, I'll second.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second. Commissioner Shield, individual voting.
Aye.
Commissioner Musso,
Aye.
Commissioner Fitzonfu,
Aye.
Commissioner Hanson, I'm an aye as well. Item 4B passes unanimously on to City Council. We'll move along to item 4C. This is consideration and recommendation to the City Council for the Views Phase 4 at Coral Canyon located approximately Black Canyon Avenue, Cobble Creek Drive. Applicant is Cole West Home.
Sorry, gentlemen, I'm just trying to find you the best one that we can zoom down in on for your viewing pleasure there. Applicant is requesting approval for the Views at Coral Canyon Phase 4. This particular subdivision is proposing 29 lots and the area of coverage is 24.319 acres. The zoning at this location is the Coral Canyon Planned Community Development, or PCD. The preliminary plat was approved back on August 28, 2019. Staff has reviewed the requested proposal and the proposed final plat conforms to the approved preliminary plat, and staff would like to recommend that the Planning Commission recommend approval of the final plat for the Views at Coral Canyon Phase 4 subdivision onto the City Council. That, of course, is with the findings and subject to the conditions on your report. And we did add a number 6 on the conditions. I'll just read that out. The plat needs to show restrictions on corner lots stating that no driveway access inside of the corner radius. This needs to be done by hatched out areas on the plat itself and a note as well in the general note portion of the plat. This needs to be added before moving on to the City Council's agenda of next week. And so with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions the commission might have on Phase 4 of the Views at Coral Canyon.
Do you have an aerial of that, Drew?
Yeah, let me get you there. Let me take the flood stuff off here and we'll. Oh, I know I'm getting close here. So yeah, here we go.
Oh, there you go.
Let me just back out a little bit. So I'll just take you here. You know, this is getting off of Telegraph at Highland Parkway, going through the views up there, and it's in this area through here. And so you see in the middle of that plat, you had that one area. This is where a regional, water line and gas line run through this area right here.
High pressure gas in the water line.
Yeah, and so that's a little bit of scarring you see was just when they added those lines. Then it went down the hill, down to this substation. So it's in this area right here up on top of this ridge.
Yeah, you can see it pretty outlined. Pretty
Yeah,
well.
let me zoom in and see if we've got,
Well, I mean, just look
yeah,
at
there
it,
you go.
the little notch and the 2 lots at the very bottom.
Yeah,
It's pretty easy to see.
yeah, this part's already done, so we're coming in and adding here along through this area.
Okay. So those lots really are view lots. They're right along the edge.
Yes, I'll go to that. Yeah, so these up here are right on the edge where taking my cursor.
Okay.
And it's a different phase over here on this other side that have view lots. Because this is a road right through here where my cursor is going now. And then beyond that are view lots. But that's in a different phase.
Is there only one access point into that area?
That is correct.
Yes and no. Yeah, yes and no. Let me go back. We do have an emergency that shows up on here, and they've actually widened this. It was part of the trail system, but we made them go from a 10-foot to, how wide is it now, Brandon? 15?
I think it's 15. I can't remember. It's 15 or 20.
And the fire chiefs approved that. They can get a truck up through there. So we can come up by, right off of Telegraph here on emergency purpose and take this and then get into the subdivision right here. Now they can also, if needed to, come through this area on the other trail. It's not 15 feet, but they could get through it, like an ambulance or something. Fire truck would have a harder time, but police and ambulance could get through where my arrow's going. Does that help answer that for you, Commissioner Shield?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to see what the access was.
Drew, who maintains the utility easement there?
You mean this area?
Keep going.
Let me,
Easement.
yeah, right, it's right through here, right? Talking about here?
Yes. Yeah, I wanted to know who maintains it and if there's any reason that any public will be using that all. Is there going to be a cement trail through there, or is there a walk trail, or is it just out off limits? And the sagegrass grows in there or whatever that's in there now.
Oh, sorry, I hit the wrong button. Well, we kind of talked about in the beginning, if they could kind of landscape it roughly and then run a trail through it, would be best. And they were going to work with, and I never did hear back what the return was with the utility companies. Because again, the gas company has the main utility through it. It's a high pressured main gas line. And so, Brandon, did you ever hear back what they found out? And I'm sure Drake's online, but
I did not hear back. We also have a 20-inch water line that runs through there as well.
Drew, or the commissioner, if you want me to respond to that question, this is Drake Howell with Cole West, the applicant.
yes.
Yeah, that would be great.
Good evening. I appreciate the question. It's a fair question. Our intention is to have man height, so 5.5 height block wall in the back of the lot. That's what we're doing in phase 3 on the other side of the utility easement, and to not have any improvements in that utility easement. The gas line that goes through there is a high pressure main. It feeds a lot of the area down here. And then, as Brandon mentioned, the other utility that occupies that same easement is the city water line. And our intention is just to leave it as is with full privacy walls in the back of the lot.
So in the future, if there's any weed issues or grass getting too tall or whatever it is, who takes care of that?
The easement holders, which would be the Dominion Energy and the city.
Okay, and that's common knowledge. They know that.
I believe so. They've had it there for years. Yes.
All right. When I was up there looking at it the other day, that's the only thing I thought of is, are we trying to keep public out of there? And then who's going to take care of it if this grass grows higher or whatever? I don't want it to become an eyesore because nobody's talked about taking care of it. That's the only that's the reason for the question.
Right.
Okay. Commissioners, are there any other?
Can you never go further south? Or is there an elevation that will inhibit that?
At the point that you see on the left side of the final plat there, it really drops. That's where you saw on the aerial that it effectively drops off the mesa there, the plateau, and goes off down towards the Eddie Hills.
More than a 10% grade.
Hey Drake, if that's the case, if there won't be any further development south, is there a reason that those streets aren't made into a cul-de-sac or a turnaround or something like that?
No, there is phases coming, commissioners.
There are. Oh, okay.
There's one more. Yeah, they'll be adding on in here.
Okay.
Yeah, I questioned that.
And like I say, that area is in here that they've yet to come. And you can take these roads out there. It's actually kind of cool to get on them and see the views from here. But yeah, this area is still, the one you're looking at ends roughly right in here somewhere.
Does Cole West own that land south that you just were looking at?
Right in here?
Yeah.
It's Sitla property, but yeah, under Cole West Development.
Okay.
No way to connect onto Telegraph?
I believe it's too steep.
It probably is too steep. We've looked into trying to do that, but I think engineers have come back and don't like the grade. It's too much.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, commissioners, any other comments or questions for staff or the applicant? And if not, I look for a motion on item 4C.
I make a motion that we recommend approval to city council for final plat for the views at Coral Canyon Phase 4 subdivision located at approximately Black Canyon Avenue and Cobble Creek Drive with the conditions outlined in the staff report.
And there's one added condition van number 6 that was showing the angles. Drew, you might be able to read that better than I can, but it was the angles.
It was part of the report, yeah, because him just reading it the way he did included that.
Oh, did, okay.
It was already on the report. We didn't add it during our discussion. It was given. So what he said covers, we're good.
Okay. I have a first, I need a second.
Commissioner Shield, I'll second that.
I have a first and a second for individual voting. Commissioner Fitzsanfu,
Aye.
Commissioner Shield,
Aye.
Commissioner Musso,
Aye.
Commissioner Hanson, I'm an aye as well. Item 4C passes unanimously, and we'll move that on to city council. Drew, did I hear you say that would go to city council next week?
Yes, all final plats automatically jump the following week. So yeah, they'll be on the consent agenda of the city council next week. But Drake, make sure you get those fixes done, please.
All right, now we're moving on to item 5A. This is an extension of time. This is a consideration to approve an extension of time for a conditional use permit, C19-13 for a recreational vehicle resort park located approximately 5,000 south between Washington Fields Road and the Southern Parkway. The applicant is Millstream Properties.
Hey, thank you. Saying the item was approved originally back on December 18th of 2019 during a regular scheduled planning commission meeting. The applicant's requesting approval of a 6-month extension of time, as we call it, for an approved CUP, which the city code allows, and that's why we have it on your agenda tonight. The already approved CUP is to develop a recreational vehicle resort park development at this location within the Stuckey Farms area. I think most of you remember this project that have been on the commission. It's right there at the corner of the Warner Gateway Road and Washington Fields Road in this particular area that you can see. The parcel zoned, as I stated, Stuckey Farms Planned Community Development. The kind of use has kind of already been, had been planned for almost way back from the beginning of Stuckey Farms. This particular developer came in, a person who wants to develop this project, working with Carl Larson and Stuckey Farms, got it approved. And again, they just ran into some hiccups along the way, and they just need 6 months more on this. So to buy them some time to get the thing going and moving forward. So staff has no concerns. We actually were very excited about this project. Glad that they came and let us know they're still wanting to do it. And so staff would like to recommend the Planning Commission approve the 6-month extension of time for the CUP 19-13, again, allowing for that 6 months to be tacked on to their CUP time limit. I'll be glad to answer any questions. And again, it is based, of course, on the original findings and all the original conditions that were approved back in 2019 in December. So any questions I can answer for the commissioners?
Hey, Drew, nothing as far as the design has changed, right?
Correct. Yeah, they haven't. They're still, like I say, if you see in your packet, I had here's the store, the gas station, C-store thing that they'll have. They're just, still the same design that you saw again with the metal roofing, the stonework, the stucco, all that still in play right there.
This is Commissioner Hanson. I just had two quick questions. One of them, could you remind us what road improvements are being required with this development on Washington Fields Road and the Warner Gateway Road there? And it's my understanding as well that the gas station was going to be completed before the remainder of the project. Is that correct?
That's originally what was done, yes. Brandon may have to jump in here because he's probably been in more contact about what's going to be required roadway. I'm just going to try to zoom down as far as I can. We'll pull it over here. But Brandon, do you remember what you were requiring on this?
Yeah, they'll be responsible for their portion of Warner Valley Road, the improvements for their half of Warner Valley Road and their half of Washington Fields Road going to the south. There'll also be utilities that'll come with that all the way out to the site, and then inside the road as roads as they get built.
With regards, Brandon, to the Warner Gateway, so will that be a curb or sidewalk, a landscape strip prior to their fence, or what does that look like?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
Right on the south side of Warner Valley Road, will there be a sidewalk there? Is that a landscape strip? What does that look like when that's finished?
Well, we haven't got plans yet. I mean, this is the preliminary plan that we have, but they'll be responsible for curb gutter sidewalk and then their half of the oil with all the improvements that go along with it on Warner Valley. Washington Fields Road, I don't know if that one does not have sidewalk. As you drive out there, you can see some portions do, some portions don't up through the PCD and Sticky Farms. We'll have to look at it, but I'm not sure how we'll address that. We'll talk to them. It appears we've got a 10-foot sidewalk right there on Washington Fields. I'm not sure what we're going to do on Warner Valley Road. We'll address it and get all the needs met as the plans come in.
Okay.
Commissioner Hanson, I'm not too worried. You can look at their landscaping. They've got, all this is on their property and they're showing landscaping. This will be a landscape detention basin, with landscaping on the top part of it.
Yeah.
And then we'll just kind of work with them on filling in whatever with the required sidewalk and in between that. And like Brandon said, we'll work through that in the construction drawings.
What my question was going to be is right where your cursor is at now. I understand I could see a need for a sidewalk there, but to the east of that, closer to the like I call it a freeway, even though that's not necessarily the right name. I don't know why we would want to put a sidewalk there. I guess is really what I was going to ask, because I don't think we want to encourage people to walk toward the freeway. But
yeah, put one in here, but maybe not encourage.
Yeah,
this.
I was just curious of what that would look like if we're taking it out or putting it in, and the reasons for it. Yeah.
Well, you can also look at it too, as it go to the edge of their property line. They're responsible for it to their property line to the east.
Mhm.
But they could also have multiple entrances into that sidewalk from their property. They wouldn't have to go through their property. They could come out and utilize that sidewalk as they get to that property line,
Yeah.
back
Okay.
or from east to west.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
So are these for mobile homes or are they for RV park?
RVs.
Okay,
They own several of these all over. They have them in Heber City. I think Kanab, they just built a brand new one not too long ago. I'm trying to remember, there's like 5 or 6 that they have between Idaho and Southern Utah. This will be their Southern Utah one.
It
Another
seemed
one.
like there was one in Jackson, if I remember right.
Yeah, I think so. Like I said, they have 4 or 5 of them already built out.
Yeah, I remember this being a pretty impressive presentation, what they were going to build. So
Yeah, Doug, it's very well done. It's really well done.
Here's how the pads will look, Doug. I zoomed in on it and it just shows, each one's going to have its own landscape and all that. So,
okay.
I've seen the one that they build in Kanab, and it's a really nice park.
Okay.
All right, gentlemen, if there's no other questions, I would look for a motion or further comment on item 5A.
This is Commissioner Musso. In regards to item C-19-13, a request for an extension on approval of conditional use permit for a recreational vehicle resort park project located at approximately 5,000 South and Southern Parkway. I recommend that we allow for an extension of the permit. Is that correct, Drew? Did I screw that up pretty good, didn't I?
Yeah, you don't need to recommend. You just want to say, well, recommend that we approve it. Yeah, that's all I
Yeah, I
would do.
recommend that we approve
It's
the
yours.
conditional permit. Okay. I'm real good at this stuff. You know that, guys.
You're good.
I'm real good at seconding, but this first thing I just don't handle real well.
I
I'll
second.
second that. This is Commissioner Shield.
All right, I have a first and a second on this particular item. Individual voting, Commissioner Musso,
Aye.
Commissioner Shield,
Aye.
Commissioner Fitzampu,
Aye.
Commissioner Hanson. I'm an aye as well. There is an extension of time that's being granted to Millstream Properties on item 5A. Item 6A, this is a road dedication. This is consideration and recommendation to our city council for the Bonnie Lane and 1100 East Road dedication. The applicant is Washington City.
I'll be taking care of this one again tonight. The action is requested is roadway dedication plat approval for a portion of Bonnie Lane and 1100 East. The applicant is Stephen Howcroft. The background on this is the applicant is requesting approval of a road dedication plat for a portion of Bonnie Lane and 1100 East. The purpose of this roadway dedication is to construct both roads for adjacent developments for a secondary access. Public Works Department has reviewed this plat and has approved the design, and staff recommends that Planning Commission recommend approval of the roadway dedication plat for a portion of Bonnie Lane and 1100 East to the City Council.
Thanks, Brandon. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments on this particular item?
Is the road already built, Brandon, or is it?
The road is not built. It's just dirt across Bonnie Lane, and then 1100 East is dirt going out to Telegraph in between the storage units and the Winter Haven RV Park.
So don't they typically dedicate the road after it's constructed, or does it?
I think it can go both. It can go either way,
Okay.
you know. And then they're gonna. We wanted to get it dedicated and then go to construction drawings.
So who's paying for that?
That's what I'm. 3 different people will be involved in that. The Desert Flower, Stephen Howcroft, and 2 people. Sorry, 2 people, and then the Ridge Point Development, which is back to the south that you can't see. They're also paying a portion of that. There's 3 people that need to sign off, or three different entities that need to sign off. Stephen Howcroft's development, the Winter Haven RV, and the owner of Ridge Point as well, in order to make this work.
And why Ridge Point? Because that's quite a ways. I mean,
Ridge Point.
I know it's to the south. It's the subdivision to the south, but
So this
Is
is
it
a
on that-
secondary
ground below?
access for Ridge Point and for
Oh.
Desert Flower.
okay.
They've met their max. They've met their units at the allowed unit number on there, so they need a secondary access.
Okay.
Drew, you widened the mouth there right at Telegraph. Is that for a turn lane or what is? I'm
Well,
sorry.
yeah, it's to line up this portion of it. I'm gonna get rid of that red. Sorry, it's driving me nuts now. But you see the offset here? We're widening it out here so that these line up more to come through. And you notice on the plat, you'll see, oh, I can't believe I just X'd that out. Sorry. Can you guys give me just a minute? I gotta go bring that back.
while he's doing that, Brandon, did you say that that will be, that secondary access there, that will be finished as well? Did I understand that correctly?
That is the secondary access for Desert Flower and Ridge Point.
All right, perfect.
So, and one thing to bring up on this plat as well, you saw how Drew had that shift up there at Telegraph. We couldn't get a true alignment to line up with across the street on 1100 across
Yeah.
Telegraph. We'll have about a 4-foot shift in the center lines, which we can make that work. The right-hand turn lane is why you're seeing it popped out, Commissioner Hanson. It's for the straight and right hand. And then we have a left-hand turn lane as well, and then a southbound lane that'll come through there.
So, and that belongs to Winter Haven, then that little piece of property right there, doesn't it?
Right. That's correct.
Okay.
And then
Okay.
Brandon, tell me, Commissioners, just so you know, I think the plan is to close this entrance off because it'll be problematic, and then they're gonna come through here to come into their project,
Oh,
and then they can move their storage all over here now.
That is correct. We had a meeting with them yesterday, and we saw like a preliminary plan, and that is correct what they're proposing right there.
And just a reminder too, Drew, that it's not going to exactly line up, right?
Right, it's 4 foot, it looks like now, center to center will shift 4 foot.
Yep.
You
How-
can see how much it offsets here right now, that, but now it's gonna be more, not straight through, but just a 4 foot offset.
That offset's fine. I guess I question why it seems like we're putting the cart before the horse. I don't know. Like Commissioner Musso brought up, I thought dedications happened after the improvements were completed. That's just my question.
Well, the history on this, Commissioners, I'll jump in, so Brandon, but their development always stated they were only allowed X amount of units to go in until the secondary access was put in. So all their projects sitting over here, let me back out of here for a little bit. Everything they're developing over here, they were limited to 30 units until this road gets in. So now they're giving the road dedication. The road will be built. It has to, because this is just part of that dedication. And so, but their units to go above 30 moving this way, they have to have this road in. That's why. Usually we wait as development occurs, on each side of the road. But in this case, they need to get the road in so they can get more than the 30 that they were limited to because of no second access. I hope that answers that for you or made it more confusing.
Yeah, I just then put the road in. That's what I don't know. I just don't get it. It's fine. That's what I question.
Yeah, no, it will go in because again, just dedicating it doesn't give them then to move on to the 30. The road has to be in.
So
This is just the first step in getting there.
Drew, also the Ridge Point development, the conditions that were set forth in previous meetings way before we were ever here, in order to get that piece constructed, he had to have a secondary access built. So we have to get this done. It's just, this is how it went. This is how we went or pushed the roadway dedication. I don't think it matters either way, whether we do it now or we do it later.
So do the bonds keep in place?
Say that again.
Do the bonds keep in place until
That's correct. Every project has to bond
if
for
it's
it.
dedicated? Do they have to bond it anymore?
Yeah, they do have to bond it.
Warranty,
Bond
you
it
have
for
to warranty bond it.
1 year.
so I had a quick question though. So how did Winter Haven, because Winter Haven only has the one access, doesn't it? Or was there a second one? I don't remember.
That was long before
Right.
any of this came about.
'Cause, I mean, you got what, 150 units in there at least. Okay.
Also, another bit of history regarding this. This has been kind of going on since at least 2017, I think. But there's quite a bit of concern with the Bella Vista residents as far as access. And so I think that's one of the reasons why this road, we wanted to do this, so.
Okay.
All right, gentlemen, any other comments, questions, concerns? And if not, I'll look for a motion.
I recommend approval to City Council for the road dedication plat approval for Bonnie Lane and 1100 East with the recommend, I guess there aren't really any, well, yeah, there aren't any recommendations though, right?
No conditions, you mean, right, Van? Is that what
Yeah,
you're
no
saying?
conditions yet.
I'll second that.
I've got a first and a second. Individual voting, Commissioner Fitzpatrick,
Aye.
Commissioner Musso,
Aye.
Commissioner Shield.
Nay,
Is that a nay?
yes,
Okay.
nay.
Commissioner Hanson, I'm an aye. Item 6A passes 3-1. Brandon, thanks. We'll move on to item 7A. This is a plat amendment. It's also a public hearing. This is a public hearing for consideration and recommendation to the City Council for the Iron Horse Phase 2 and 3 preliminary plat. Amendment located approximately 4155 South, 1000 East. The purpose of the amendment is to add a phase line between lots 53 and 54, creating an additional phase 3 containing 2 lots, 54 and 55. Applicant is, forgive me if I mispronounce this, Lance Chornos.
That's pretty good.
Ooh,
As stated, applicants looking to amend the preliminary plat. I think Commissioner Chairperson Hanson nailed it. Staff doesn't have any issues with this. They just need to get these other lots having a few issues in this area right here so that they can get the rest of it moving forward. Staff's fine with adding this phase line. We will get these and all this stuff will be taken care of just at a future date. Staff has reviewed this proposal, finds that it still conforms to the zoning of 8,000 square foot minimum lots, finds that it conforms, again, still to the subdivision ordinance, and therefore staff would like to recommend that the Planning Commission recommend approval of the amended preliminary plat for Iron Horse phases now 2 and 3 subdivisions onto the City Council. And that it will be based upon the original findings and subject to the original conditions as approved for this preliminary plat back on March 9th of 2016. But staff is wishing, because again, certain state requirements have changed over the last 5 years, and we want to add conditions 14 and 15. And I will read those: provide an addendum for drainage study and provide the LID for these 2 phases 2 and 3. And then number 15 would be show the restrictions on the corner lots for the no driveway access on the radiuses. This needs to be put on, made available on that final plat, that they are aware of that coming down. General notes will reflect that as well. Those are things we're adding now, is make sure we have driveway, no access on certain areas, and it's on the plats. It just helps us for when people build houses, it's on there, they know not to put the driveway there, too close to the corner. So with that, be glad to answer any questions the commissioners might have on Iron Horse amended preliminary plat.
So is the detention for this, the Iron Horse, the first Iron Horse Phase 1 detention basin?
Brandon, jump in there. You know this better than me.
So most of this subdivision, this phase 2, will go to the basin in Iron Horse 1.
Okay,
Lots 55 and 54, and that knuckle that ties into Sugar Plum is what's in question for phase 3. You can see that they've got that lined out. This doesn't have anything to do with that future commercial Iron Horse commercial that's out in front along Washington Fields Road. They're just having trouble getting 54 and 55 and the road right there into the basin. They've talked to the neighboring community in Sugar Plum. They just haven't had any success yet.
Okay. You brought this up, but now I got a question for you. What do they anticipate for that for future commercial? I mean, are we creating another spot, just a spot commercial? I mean, like we have 4 of them already in the city that we deal with routinely, and then the people complain about them. I mean, why is that necessarily commercial right there, as opposed to just making it all residential?
I'll answer that.
Okay.
Several years back, when this property was acquired from the people who were selling it, the
Uh-huh.
original owners heard there was a high school going to be built not too far from here. Actually, it was supposed to be directly across the street. The original high school plan was. And so I think they had plans of putting on a little fast food place there for the kids to go get lunches. And so they broke that out. In fact, I think it might already be zone commercial. I can't remember. Let me, but that's kind of what it was just pre-planning, you know, because of the high schools were coming. But let me see if the zoning's already, I was trying to remember if they already did that.
It seems like it is. If I've looked at some of the zoning maps, it seems like it is zoned already. Yeah.
Yeah, you can see that's already done in there, and that's the piece you're talking about.
Yeah.
Because the high school was going to be right here originally, and
Okay.
then that fell through, and then it bumped out being where it is now.
But see, you're gonna have a ton of commercial up there along 3050 South, right? The Staley Farms, isn't that all gonna be commercial at some point?
Well, it's designated. Yeah, let me take
Well,
this
it's
off.
master planned. It's master planned, right?
Yeah, here's the general plan for that area.
Yeah. So I mean, we keep getting these little 2-acre parcels that are commercial that don't do anything, you know?
Yeah, but I just explained that's what happened, why it was that.
Oh, I understand. I understand exactly what you're saying. That's before they had all the development around it, obviously.
In fact, I think the guy who originally got this done still owns it as a C2, so he may come back and put something there eventually. Who knows? But
Yeah.
it'll definitely be on its own. Well, this is across the street. I'm sorry. Let's
You got Sandia
I'm not gonna
Farms.
jump too quick. Let me show you what's across the street. Okay, you see
Uh-huh.
that now? Does that help? This is the Hancock Gibby parcel, and they've wanted and have already saved this part to be a commercial development.
Okay.
Is that where Sandy is?
Yeah, you can see that's the greenhouse where my arrow is.
Yeah, okay.
That's
And
Sandia.
again, the Hancock Gibby clan, Cardiff Wells, they've always planned on this to be a commercial. And I told them to even work with the hoops on that one piece that's left over off of theirs right up here. Make that all one strip mall. And then this will fit in more when that gets developed. It won't be out there like a sore thumb.
That makes more sense, because like I
Okay.
said, just out there by itself, it's just,
Yeah, zoning wise it is right now, but general plan, you can see this across the street.
okay. Thank you, Drew.
Uh-huh.
This Commissioner Hanson, with this project, is there, I know the anticipation is that we get this squared away on 54 and 55 in that knuckle. Is there any chance that this subdivision is built, sold, and finished, and that sits there and isn't completed for a number of years, for any reason at all? Or are we, I guess, how confident are we that this is really gonna be completed? I would hate to see that subdivision built and have that not be completed for any reason.
Well, again, I think it'll move when the stuff across the street moves. I really think, that it'll make it more viable at that point. And
No, not the commercial, the lot, what's on the agenda for tonight is what I'm talking.
these 2 lots?
Yeah.
Yeah, when this gets worked out, it'll happen.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, I believe you and I want to believe you, but I want to know what the scenario is if it's possible, as it is tonight, that could not be finished in the future, but the rest of these houses could be built, sold, and that would just sit there. Is that correct?
Well, I'm not going to say it's not a possibility, because then anybody should not say that.
Okay.
But I'm not going to say it's going to be 5 years. No, I would say maybe within the next year or 2.
All right. that would be one of my questions for the applicant, who I'm assuming is probably on the line, but this is also a public hearing. Commissioners, do you have any other comments for staff or questions before we open up the public hearing?
No.
Let's go ahead and do that. We're gonna open up the public hearing now for item 8A, a zone change. And we have a gentleman by the name of Eldon. Eldon, are there, by the way, let me back up really quick. I wanna read-
7A.
7A, oh, right, 7A, I'm sorry. I do want to read again that something I read at the beginning of the meeting, that the planning commissioners have received all of the forwarded and written public comments prior to this meeting. So we've seen the comments, there are some that we've seen particular to this project. Eldon, do you have any additional comments to read this evening?
No, not for that one.
Not for that one, okay. I would make a motion then, I'm sorry, I can't make the motion. I would like to entertain a motion. I request a motion. What should I be doing here? That doesn't make sense.
You had the entertain right.
I'll entertain a motion on item 7A to close the public hearing.
I'll make a motion that we close the public hearing on item 7A.
Second that.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the public hearing is closed. At this time,
Commissioners, may I ask Eldon just a question? Was anybody in the council chambers, Eldon, that's here for that?
That's a no.
Okay, I didn't want to, because we're allowing people to come into the council chamber, just so you all know. So I just want to make sure we didn't have somebody sitting in there waiting and then we did it, but that's okay. It sounds like we're good. Thank you.
perfect. Thanks, Drew. We haven't had somebody in the chambers for a while, so that was
That's
easy.
right.
Pass right over. At this point, gentlemen, do you have any other questions for staff? I do have a question for the applicant, but if you have any questions for staff at this point,
No.
do we have the applicant on the phone?
Brock, is somebody here for this item? Brandy, are you online or?
Sounds like no, but Drew, and I don't know, maybe I'm just overthinking it, but I would think it's a valid concern, that I would hate to see this subdivision be built. And for some reason, that communication between, it looks like Sugar Plum getting that retention basin in line, that falls apart for whatever the reason is, and that never gets completed, or it just sits there for longer than anticipated. To, I would say, maybe a detriment to the people that live there, or maybe they'd be upset about it. I'm trying to avoid that at all costs.
Well, Brandon and I have talked this, or we won't, because we're still working through some things, we won't put it out there right now because we don't have the complete answer, but we have some ideas that might help that move quicker anyway.
Okay,
But again, we don't want to state that now because we have to, still get some contact with some property owners, et cetera. But I think we have a good idea, Brandon, don't we? The one we talked about that should help that.
That's correct.
So that's why I feel a little more confident, Commissioner, than you may at this point, just because some things we talked about that can be worked out, I think, to not let it be delayed too long.
so trust you. That's what we're saying here, right? Not that that's bad.
Well, don't go that, no, yeah, but I'm just saying there is some things that we've, two ideas, but again, I don't want to bring them out till we get some more clarification from both sides, so.
Is there a point in the future where we'll have a chance to see this again prior to these homes being sold, or would this be it?
Yeah, final plats.
Final
Again,
plat?
this is a preliminary plat, so you got final plats coming your way, and hopefully we might have some answers by then even.
Okay, perfect. That answers and settles my concern. Anything else from the commissioners? And if not, I'll entertain a motion on item 7A, the plat amendment. Oh, I do have a question. I'm sorry. It's Commissioner Hanson. As part of this subdivision, are there any road improvements to Washington Fields that they're responsible for, or is that all that commercial piece there?
That's all going to be on the commercial piece. This has nothing involving Washington Fields Road.
Okay, so the road improvements are only going to be there on Iron Horse Drive on that north side.
That's for phase 2. Iron Horse Drive is phase 2. We're talking about phase 3, so it'll be that 4155 south that turns around and goes into Sugar Plum.
Yeah.
That's what this one we're talking about tonight is about.
Okay.
Hey, Brandon,
Yes, sir.
is Mr. Jessup part of this development or was he on for the previous one?
That was for the roadway dedication, the
Okay,
previous,
but he's not part of this one.
correct.
Yeah, I just saw, I got a text, a message from IT guys and they put he's on. I just want to make sure he was from the last one, not for this one.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, commissioners, I'll entertain a motion on item 7A.
This Commissioner Shield, I would recommend that we forward this to the city council for consideration for Iron Horse Phase 2 and 3 preliminary plat amendment located approximately 4155 South, 1000 East. Purpose of the amendment is to add a phase line between lots 53 and 54, creating an additional Phase 3 containing 2 lots, 54 and 55. Applicant is Lance Cornos. Subject to the restrictions, and I think we had a 14 and 15, is that correct?
Yes, we added 14 and 15.
All right, I have a first. I need a second.
Second.
Commissioner Fitzpatrick, second. Individual voting, Commissioner Shield,
Aye.
Commissioner Fitzpatrick,
Aye.
Commissioner Musso,
Aye.
Commissioner Hanson. I'm an aye as well. Item 7A passes unanimously. We'll move to city council to consider approval or for approval. We'll move now to item 8A. This is also a public hearing. It is a zone change as well. Public hearing for consideration and recommendation to city council, a zone change request Z-21-06 to change from open space to R115, single family residential minimum 15,000 square foot lots located approximately at the end of Lost Ridge Drive. Applicant is Kent Rasmussen.
Whoa. Okay. All right, grab the wrong report. I'm ready now. Applicant is proposing again a zone change of approximately 8.72 acres. The requested change is from the current zoning of open space to the proposed single family, sorry, I got a tickle in my throat, single family residential 15,000 square foot minimum R115 zoning. The R115 request is for the purpose of developing the 8.72 acres into a future residential development. This particular location has a general plan use designation of very low density. The surrounding zoning to the parcel is R110 to the west and north, open space to the east and to the south. Staff has no concerns with the proposed zone change as outlined, but we wish to point out that the state's new LID drainage standards will be adhered to as it relates to this parcel and it moves forward through the development stages. The property lies within the Hillside Protection Overlay Zone area as well, and the applicant has already gone through the Hillside Committee review process, and development conditions as required by the committee will be made part of the preliminary plat and the construction drawings. In essence, they basically deal along with that cut that you guys referred to earlier tonight, and also the drainage swells, et cetera, that you referred to earlier tonight. So this is the item we referred to earlier, and staff is there, would still like to recommend, the Planning Commission recommend approval of Z-2106 for the zone change request from open space to the proposed single-family residential 15,000 square foot minimum R115 zoning designation. And that would be onto the city council and based on the findings below. I brought this exhibit on for you to see, but we know that the best view is to bring it up here on our aerial. And we will zoom in on that particular lot here. And then I will highlight it for you. So this is indeed the aerial that shows a lot of the topography. So it is this piece right in here. So I'll be glad. Go ahead and ask your questions.
Who originally designated it to be open space?
Well, the city did, and this goes back to, and again, I'm glad this always gets asked, because sometimes when properties are in certain areas, a city will put open space on as a holding place for zoning and wait till things come forward, as they develop. Okay, but again, the general plan, and we'll bring that up, was set as the very low density in the general plan. So, but the zoning was left at open space till the time came to determine if that, what would be following up the hill to it. So that's common in zoning in cities, is they'll place open space as just a holder to wait and see what the future brings.
Okay. Because I guess I misunderstood you, because I thought you said the applicant had put in open space and now he's wanting to take it out of that.
No, it's been open spaced since I have been here for 15 years.
Okay.
Probably been open space since the zoning went in back in the 90s, 89.
Yeah.
So Drew, with the topography of that, I mean, where can you even put houses? You could put houses at the very tip of north of Lost Ridge Drive.
Right, and I normally don't like to do this, but
Well,
if you saw in your exhibits, because I didn't really want this added, but this is,
Okay.
here you go. So, this stuff won't be touched over here or in here, So these, even though they will be part of the lots, these will be like no build, no.
Right,
no
they're
disturb
going
areas.
straight up a hillside.
That's right. They won't be touched. They're just wanting to get to these. And again, a lot of the drainage, they'll, gather up here, put it in a pipe, take it down the street. Does that kind of help that process?
Well, yeah, I mean, just looking at the topography, I don't know how you could ever even get lots in there except for that one little section.
Yeah, but like I say, they've gone through and, they'll be building some retaining walls here. They can only be so high till they have to cut back. So it'll take away that scarring. I think the hillside committee gave them 8 to 10 feet and then they had to go back 4 to 5 feet. Then they could go up, so that's how they'll do it. They'll step that with retaining walls. So it won't look so scarred, just, flat scraped dirt. It'll be beautiful rock or concrete. So.
Yeah, pick your poison.
Correct.
I just think it's, how do you really control the water going down the street? And I feel sorry for the guy that lives down at the end of that street.
This street?
Any of the streets coming in from the hillside with a 10 to 14% road grade.
Well, Brandon, is that going to be piped mostly? Are they going to try to grab it and run it in a pipe, a lot of it? I know you can't control all of it, and the curb and gutter acts as that, but would there be a drain, grade in here?
We haven't even seen plans on it yet, Drew. So,
Yeah.
but I know the engineer's on the line with us. So,
And again, we're at a zoning stage, gentlemen. I know we need to kind of talk about that stuff, but I don't want to rest too much on it, but you do need to have some comfort in what their idea of what they're going to do. So Adam, are you with us?
Hey, this is Rick with Bush and Gudgel.
I'll take
And
over Adam. That's okay.
yeah, yeah, one of the things that I might point out about the drainage of these lots is there's actually maybe less drainage coming off of this area than is existing coming off in storms. So with the combination of flattening those lots out, it gives the water more opportunity to soak into the ground versus running off of these steep hillsides. And then couple that with, we're going to be retaining a good portion of any water that does run off of these lots with the LID and everything. So most of the water is going to be either absorbed into the ground or retained in some ponds on each of these lots. And then anything that does get out will run down the street, but it'll be minimal, less than what's going there now. So.
This
We had a
is,
pretty good rain in September that washed me out. So came from lot to lot to lot, and it finally hit me. So it's not being contained on all the roads. But it's a 100-year
Are you
storm.
talking about this area, Doug?
What's that?
Are you talking about this area, the drainage in this Chaparral Ridge area?
I'm just to the south of that on Majestic. So
Okay.
I mean, it's pretty close to me.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not familiar with the drainage patterns of Majestic, but this area has had some significant drainage problems in the past. But coming in and developing this is actually improving the drainage problems that are happening out here. So, I don't know, Brandon, you know that there's been a lot of mud coming down the street and mud going into people's backyards and things like that. And that has been mitigated and improved based on, due to this development out here. So.
One thing I also want to point out too, Rick and Commissioner Shield, is the roads are a conveyance system for stormwater as well, because you have the curb and gutter and they're designed to carry a storm to a certain
Right.
So I'm not negating what you're saying. There is a valid concern, you're right. But they do act as a conveyance system to carry what we have come down there. What Rick is proposing with the retention on these lots, I feel like what he's proposing is a good idea. If we can control it and slow the release of this, what comes out on that road to a certain rate, we can have a lag time of the storm release. That'll probably help it even more.
But if we can control it, or if they can control it, right?
Yeah. I say they're the ones building it. I misspoke. Yeah, they're the ones
Yep.
that have to build it.
Okay, I appreciate that.
We control it with the design,
Rick?
I think is what you're saying, right, Brandon?
That's correct. I didn't mean to say we. Sorry.
Yeah.
Hey, Rick, this is Van, the Planning Commission. So I'm getting the impression that behind lots 1 and 2, it's kind of a no man's land where it feels like a little bit of a canyon after everything's going to be done. Is that correct?
You're talking about on the north end of lots 1 and 2?
Yeah.
Yes. So it's actually going to be a pretty cool feature. It is a big wash in there, and we kind of wanted to leave that natural, to leave some of the natural beauty of the area and not fill that in. So.
And then what's going to happen on the south end, the far south end? So you have that.
That will also be just left natural. That's more of hillside and washes and stuff over there, but
That is also.
that'll be left natural as well.
Okay.
So what's going to happen on the north side when the water runs off from the side of the hill? Is there detention?
Yes. Yeah, it's a great question. So a portion, so there's those 2 washes that Drew highlighted there, up on the north there. And those currently are flowing down into 2 detention ponds that are on the east side of that lot that's just at the east of the cul-de-sac. Yeah, so Drew's hatching in the area of the detention ponds there. And so the water that comes down those washes right now is detained in those ponds, or retained is probably a more accurate term. And then what we're going to cut off one of those washes with the development of this lot and reroute that around to the north. In essence, I guess what I'm saying is the drainage patterns won't change. The water that's going to those ponds now will be the same water that goes to the ponds after, except it may be reduced due to the development, as I described before.
So the water's going to slowly, I guess, run off onto Crooked Creek, I suppose, eventually.
Yeah, in phase 4, we designed this retention pond just east of the cul-de-sac, and it has a release channel, just as Drew drew in there with the arrows. And so anything that overflows from that channel, instead of flooding the lots there, will release out that channel and go down the cul-de-sac, Crooked Creek there.
That release channel was well done, I think. I think it's really nice. I'm just concerned about the detention ponds above it and silt building up. It's going to have to be dug out every once in a while, and I just think it needs easy access to get into it. And it's easy access.
Yep, it does need access, and it will need maintenance, and that's part of what that landowners have agreed to. There's a standard maintenance agreement that we sign and gets recorded against the land that the city requires. And so the HOA will maintain these ponds over time, and when they need it, to get back in there with some equipment and take the silt out.
I need to ask, this is Commissioner Hanson, I need to ask somebody just to educate me a little bit about, Drew, on that, just east of that homeowner's property there, the long triangle vertical tree, yeah, right there, the detention pond, north and south, right where your pencil's at right now, right in the middle, if you will, where your arrow is, there's riprap rock or some rock in there, but it stops before the retention pond on the south and it stops before the retention pond on the north. When I was looking at the south detention pond yesterday, can you educate me a little bit? Shouldn't that detention pond have that rock all around it like a bowl like I see in other subdivisions, or is there a reason it's just dirt there?
Mm-hmm. That's a great question. The reason there's not rock in the bottom is twofold. One of the purposes of putting rock in is so that the water body bed doesn't get eroded away. If the velocities of the water are too high, the river bed itself will get eroded away, and then you have undercutting of walls and problems with lots adjacent to it and everything. So the velocities of the water in the pond itself are zero. There's no velocity of the water, or it's minimal anyway, and so it's not required as far as erosion control. And secondly, if we do put rock in the pond, then it's more difficult to come in and do maintenance and removing the sediment out. So,
one of the things, and you're gonna know much better than I am, I'm very uneducated about this, but just in walking that yesterday, given the size of the rocks or boulders in that entry point now, I don't know how you could get a piece of equipment in there. I would suggest, just from my eyes, that needs to be changed to where that's more accessible by machinery than it is.
No. Yeah, that's a good point. I guess from a perspective standpoint, that was part of phase 4 of the Chaparral Ridge development, and that was approved and done and built and finalized with the phase 4. This is an adjacent project, but you're right. I mean, it is going to be difficult to maintain, but if they don't like how it is, they can remove that rock and put in smaller rock. If I remember right, I think the minimum required rock size was 4 inches. And so if they wanted to, they could go in and remove the rock and put in some 4-inch rock.
When you say they, who are you speaking about?
Like the HOA, whoever's maintaining that,
Okay.
The pond. Yep.
Is that clear?
If not, they can bring in a track machine or something and get back there if that's how they want to do it too. So.
Okay. And is it, I guess one of the questions, and we don't get involved with HOA, and I hear that all the time, and I get that, but I don't know if it's clear. Is maybe somebody could tell us if it's actually clear who's going to be responsible for this? I know we're saying HOA, but it sounds like there's not an existing HOA currently.
Well, yeah.
There is an HOA.
There is an HOA. So Kent Rasmussen's here. He's the owner, developer, and he can speak to the HOA agreement and everything. So.
Yeah, everything was signed with the city initially, And if there is maintenance issues in the future, or when there is maintenance issues in the future, the HOA will be responsible to maintain those. And again, that rock is pretty large to get back there. If it needs to be replaced, that's something that can be dealt with. And because from time to time, those basins will need to be cleaned.
Is there an HOA fee?
It's $75 annually, and it's
Okay.
just being revamped. It hasn't been charged. When I bought the subdivision, it hadn't been active for a number of years, and it will be activated this year and start collecting the dues.
All right.
Well, I think that's important myself, but
All right. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. And Rick, gentlemen, this is a public hearing. Do you have any other comments you'd like to ask or address before we open the public hearing?
No, I don't think so. Not at this point. If there's any questions or something that comes up later, I'll maybe address those, but.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any other additional comments before we open the public hearing?
no.
If not, I will open the public hearing for item 8A. And again, I will remind that we have received comments prior to this. And Eldon, do you have any comments for us this evening?
Yeah, one gentleman that is here that would like to speak on that.
Take this off. Can you guys hear me well enough?
Yes.
Can now.
Okay. First off, I appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight. I want to just, before I begin, speak to my appreciation for the commissioners. I've not been a part of a lot of planning and zoning, and so I'm a little bit new to this, but I appreciate the caliber of men that are here representing our city. And just wanted to tell you guys all thanks for being willing to listen to my concerns and talk, and realize some of this was taken away from personal time. So my name is Todd Houghton. I am a resident of Washington City. I happen to be probably the one that's most impacted by the proposal of this zone change that's here tonight. I'm in the construction industry. I've grown up, I know it well. And so I think probably the way I want to start off tonight is just maybe to start off by saying just because we can doesn't mean that we should. And I speak to that. This is a public hearing for zoning change. I realize that. I know that a plat hasn't been submitted to be approved or any of that. However, if there is a zone change that's made, I also realize it might be too late to be able to speak up. So as a part of one of the comments I wanted to make tonight, realizing that this could go one of three different ways. It either passes or it fails or it gets tabled. The first comment I wanted to make was that the information that was provided to the public, namely the neighbors and the residents that are going to be impacted by this, was largely very generic. And I realize that's because it's its own change. But again, I feel like even us here tonight, looking into the details that you guys have been on the screen, we've quickly looked past the zone and we've started looking at, okay, if it is approved as a zone, then what is that going to look like in the future? There's a lot of residents that live around me that I talk to about this. They have no clue what this is really going to look like. Me personally, I live right there. Those two washes, they touch my backyard. The comments that have been made tonight about the hypothetics of those drainages being cleaned and the accesses that are getting there, that has not happened to date over the past year and a half that I've been a part of this property that's there. So therein lies one of my very first concerns. As we're dealing with the water, I agree we can engineer the water to do what we want. However, we're already seeing that failure is there. There's already been through storms that have happened in the area. The drainage way that is there has filled with silt. I'm confident that if the pipes failed right now that drain to Washington or to Crooked Creek, if those pipes were blocked at all with a dead animal or anything, as it sits right now, that grade will retain the water. It will not allow it to drain to the street as it's intended and designed. And a lot of that is because the storms and the rainfall have taken the dirt and silt from phase 5 development and from the 2 canyons and has actually filled up that riprap. I've got pictures, you're welcome to go and see it, but you can easily see that the intended drainage there that was meant to be redundant in case that pipe was filled, I think has potentially failed as well. So one of the bigger issues that I have was always drainage. The other is, again, speaking back to the residents that are in this area, none of them understand what this proposal may entail as far as retaining walls. And that's a huge concern of many of ours in the area for basically what we're going to be looking up and seeing. If you add up all of the vertical gain that's going to be done with retaining walls, whether it's in rocks or concrete, you're going to have 60 to 70 feet of rock wall view stacking in a vertical plane. So to me, that naturally is an eyesore. Again, yeah, we can do it. We can always engineer. We could change the zoning on this mountain to build a restaurant if we want. But is that the right thing to do? Is it going to impact what Washington City is trying to stand for? Is it what we want to send when we're saying, hey, here's our beautiful city? My other question would be, does this ever stop? When is it going to stop going up the mountain? We can engineer it, drainages and retaining walls to the very top, but at some point, it's going to start right here in this room where a zone is going to be rejected because, oh, that's, we're going too high, or, oh, let's not just kill the whole mountain. So I can open it up, I guess, back to questions for you guys. I know some of you have been there to see this. I understand that we could talk about the ability to be able to get machines back in there and that machines will be able to dig it, but I don't know what kind of machines can get back there safely without doing any other damage with the way that that's been built. And I understand that's part of phase 4, but to me that also is a little bit of proof of failure of things being proved on paper or in a meeting, and then the reality is failure. This drainage way from phase 4 was approved and it's never been maintained. It's never been cleaned up. I've never once seen one machine back there, and it doesn't have to happen on a yearly basis. I understand that, but personally, I would love to see, if this is going to even pass, a little bit better way of protecting my home and my neighbors' homes from potential buildup of silt, a known plan of how it's going to be maintained, and a better access to be able to get machines back in there in the event that there's failures or things that we're not accounting for on paper. So.
Todd, thanks for your comments. I appreciate it. If you'll hang around, maybe somebody might have a follow-up question for you.
Yeah. In fact, I do.
Okay.
Todd, have you seen, because we had a pretty good rains the last year, and obviously your house has been under construction for a while. Did you get a lot of water coming through those detention ponds into your site?
I have not seen any water that has built up. So kudos to our engineers there. I've not seen water that is collected and not percolated enough to hit the level that those pipes are at for them to be able to drain to the street. I have seen it get very close, but no, I have not seen water. It's not threatened our place at all, thankfully. However, I have seen for sure a buildup of silt, which to me over the past year speaks to me being worried about 3, 4, 5, 10 years down the road. Eventually that silt buildup is going to force the water to do, either continue to build up, a pipe is going to be plugged, or there may be a failure. And so again, my bigger concern, aside from the retaining wall heights and what that's going to look and feel like for our community, my bigger concern of being able to get machines back into that area to access it, to clean it up, to maintain it and whatnot is probably one of the larger concerns that I've got. And as well, I don't know why we're filling up a canyon to be able to put lots in, but I know that's another personal greed as well. So
Thank you.
What's the most amount of, I guess, water you've seen come down that hill through those canyons? I don't know, 10 feet deep or?
no, while we were building, I never got out there to step on it. That soil is like the soil in St. George area. It's like quicksand when it's really wet. But from what I could visually see, because I was always nervous and always looking, at the most, it looked like it was 1 foot to 2 feet deep. It seemed like it was in the further south detention pond. So the way, from what I understand, and Rick, you can correct me if I'm wrong, we'll call it retention basin number 1 and number 2. Number 1 would be the north, which is, if the zoning change passes, will be the one that remains. Number 1 builds up, collects water. If it hits a certain level, it will hit the pipe and drain into number 2. Number 2 will do the same thing. It builds up. If it doesn't percolate, it will hit the pipe and drain out to the street. Again, as I mentioned, if the pipes ever get clogged for any reason, then the design civilly was supposed to be able to take that water and spill it out to the street through the riprap system. So I never did see a lot of buildup in number 1. Number 2, I've seen the majority there. So.
All right, Todd, thank you. I appreciate it. Eldon, are there any other comments there in the chambers,
There is not.
or any others that have come in that we have not received previously?
No.
I will note, Todd, we also got your written public comment as well, so we have that. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
I move that we close the public hearing for item 8A.
I second that.
I have a first and a second to close the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Nay. All right, the public hearing on this is closed. More thoughts or questions for staff from the commissioners?
I would tend to concur with what Mr. Houghton said, in the fact that we have no clue as to what this thing's going to look like from the retaining wall standpoint. I mean, if you go back and look at the diagram, you're seeing lines that show at least it stepped at least twice, and then stepped 3 times, almost 4 times on lot number 1. And then it's going to be stepped up behind the houses also. So visually, what is this thing going to look like as you're viewing up, what is it, Lost Canyon Drive, and you'll see these big pad sites up there, but I mean, I have a hard time visualizing what it's going to look like, that it's going to be, and I can't imagine it being aesthetically pleasing, in all honesty. I mean, you can see the number of steps that are in that. And if those are at least 5 to 8 feet high, you got anywhere from a 10 to at least a 16-foot concrete retention wall there. And if they use those big, ugly gray blocks that look like, giant Legos, it's not going to be real aesthetically pleasing, in all honesty. And I don't know if that's the look that we do want along our hillsides.
Well, they are using rock up there. I guess some of the heartburn I have is people get a perception that open space is always going to stay open space. I'm going to buy a house here because this is open space behind me. And then kaboomo, it gets changed into 15,000 square foot lots. So I think as a public, we don't understand really what can happen with open space. Just a thought.
Commissioner Musso, we were in talking with the developer and the gentleman that spoke in the public comment, the homeowners, and trying to gather as much information as I can. It's our understanding that the retaining wall is going to look very similar to and be concurrent with what what we already see south of that with the homes that are being built there now. So you get an idea what it looks like. It's already there on the south. They're going to extend that to
But the south, those lots are all north-south facing, aren't they, Jason? Or no, I guess they are, they're running down the hill. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying that if you wanted a visual of what that might look like,
No, I understand.
it's south. And so when I look up and I see those pads, they're flat up above, of course. When I first saw this, I thought, holy cow, how far up the hill do we want to go?
Exactly.
And looking at this from the road down there, the homes, to the north of it actually go further up the hill than this. It doesn't, it just, for me, I have the same questions and concerns you guys have and the public comment as well. These giant rock walls. Now, I didn't personally think they looked that bad. It's not what I would want, but I kind of get it. My issue for me is just the drainage. That has to be something that needs to be more addressed. Maybe not necessarily right now. I don't know if we put a condition on there or something, but prior to this moving forward in a major way, those homeowners down there need to be protected more than they are right now, in my opinion, of what's there. That could be improved down there, and that needs to be done for sure. But that's where I'm at. But that gives you just an idea of what it's going to look like if you're asking.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be that guy that's living in that house just west of that detention basin.
Well, and if that's, Todd Houghton's house it's fairly large. If you could look at the roof line on that sucker, it's big.
Yeah. So, Drew or Brandon, whichever, when these lots up there are flattened out, I heard and I understand that you can grab the water coming off the hill at the top of the lots, put it in a pipe and take it out of there. And that's why, if I understand correctly, that's why Rick was telling us that it would actually be improving water coming down. So really, it seems to me the water that needs to be worried about is the water that is in those canyons at the north of where that lot stops when they start to develop it. They're going to leave some of it untouched, and that's the water to be worried about. Is that correct?
That would be my understanding. Yeah. Brandon, go ahead if you.
That's what I'm understanding it is what you're saying.
Yeah, because in this picture right here, down there where the blue is on the right of number 2 there, that's water coming down a hill that can be grabbed before it even gets to this lot, put in a pipe and taken out of there, correct?
Correct. That's what they're picking up and channeling over to the north.
They're channeling it north right down into those retention basins, though, correct?
That's correct. That's what.
That's its normal flow, though.
You can see.
That's its normal direction.
That is, okay. So that's the natural flow.
I don't know how to exactly handle this. Maybe Drew, you can give us some advice. My personal opinion is for the commissioners that this isn't something to stop it, but it's definitely something to address it. I don't know. That's kind of where I'm at. It does need to be changed, or I'm sorry, addressed and fixed. It sounds like they've been in communication and they're willing to do that. And I don't think that's going to be settled this evening. So that kind of leaves us standing out here on a lily pad trying to figure out what we're going to do. But that's where I'm at.
Hey guys, if I could just pipe out, this is Rick Meyer again. As has been stated and as Drew is kind of drawing out here, it's the same offsite water that's going to the ponds, again, that has been going to the ponds, except that some of the water that will fall on the new lots will not go to the ponds. So like I said before, the drainage questions or the amount of water that's going to go to those retention ponds is going to actually be less than what's going there now.
Yeah.
And those ponds, they're both there now. They will both be there after this development. We're not removing any pond volume or any ponds. And also, just a note on that phase 4, the drainage there, it was heavily designed. We were very concerned about Todd's house, to be frank. You know, we didn't want any potential issues to happen to where his house could be flooded. So we have redundancies in this design, in that detention pond design. And I mean, I can go over those with Brandon afterwards. We did submit a preliminary drainage study with this zone change request, and we'll provide a final drainage study at preliminary plat level. And anyway, I think in my opinion, the drainage is solid. There's no reason for concern. There's going to be less water going to those ponds than there is now. And as Todd described, or as he said, that heavy rainstorm we had recently, it was estimated that it was over a 500-year event. You saw in St. George there was excessive flooding, but this house didn't get flooded. The detention ponds worked great. So,
Rick, you're not pushing dirt or anticipating to push dirt to cover up that southern canyon, correct? Would it stop before it got to that canyon? On
the
path?
south, you're talking about the south red, the part that's in red?
Yeah, like how far will the pad dirt be pushed to? Is it about where that red line is and the canyon stays there?
No, it'll push through that first canyon to the south, and the second one to the north will remain.
So it'll push it up.
Yep. So any water that would go to that south one will be diverted around, as Drew indicated with the blue arrows there. It'll divert around and go into the north wash.
So, okay, so what Drew is hatching out right now, is that hill going to be taken out?
The wash will be filled in. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to be the grading contractor. I guess I would, because you get paid by the cubic yard, but he may retire after this project. But yeah, it'll be filled in, that first wash, and then the second one will remain to the north.
So that's not a ridge line, because it looked like, I mean, Drew, you got it all marked out in red, but it looked like a ridge line, not a wash from the aerial.
That's a depression.
That's a depression. It's not a ridge line.
The ridge is right here, basically, on this red. Where my pencil is.
Yeah. But oh, okay, hold on. I got to get it on mine so I can see it too.
Man, that's pretty major. Filling in that canyon.
No question about it. Yeah, there's a lot of fill that's going to go in there. But they've got specs on what they need to do as far as compaction and everything. And there'll be a lot of cut and a lot of fill up in this area. So that big triangular area just to the south of the arrows that Drew is showing is a relatively flat area, kind of a bench up there. And a lot of that will be cut down from where it's at now.
So above the detention pond number 2 that we were referring to earlier, just east of that will be a big rock retaining wall, correct? Straight up from there?
Yeah, it'll be kind of tucked back into that wash area there, and it'll be I think we've got it 30 or 35 feet, something like that.
All right.
At the highest point.
Okay.
Rock retaining wall right there.
Yep. The yellow that Drew's indicating there.
Yeah.
Commissioners,
In fact, there's retaining wall all along this project, including covering up that scar that's there now. That'll get covered up with retaining wall, and it'll be really nice looking, actually. If Commissioner Hanson and Commissioner Scheel, I believe, went out there and saw the lot to the south there along Wild Horse, and it'll look very similar to what that one is. So, and also one of the recommendations of the Hillside Committee is that we use rock that blends in with the existing landscape and surroundings, so that it's not as intrusive. visually.
But you're gonna have 35 feet of it high. How can that not be visually intrusive? I guess is my question.
So it's 35 feet at its peak. So it'll be kind of like a V-shaped retaining wall there. And it'll have landscaping
It'll be
and
stepped.
things
I
on
understand
the.
that.
What's that? I'm sorry.
I said the wall will be stepped, and I understand that because you can't go up more than however far it is.
8 or 10 feet, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right, commissioners, it looks like for sure we're going to have a chance to address this with other opportunities in the future with preliminary plats and things like that. With regards to the item tonight for a zone change request, do we have additional comments, questions, or concerns on that?
I guess I'm having a hard time kind of visualizing those cross sections. I guess this may be a stupid question, but why can't you just leave it natural and not have so much cut, I guess?
That's a good question. It kind of stems back to one of the questions when we had the final plat was up for consideration was the slope of the streets. We can only go up to 15%. Beyond that, it becomes difficult for the fire trucks to get up there. And frankly, it becomes more dangerous for cars and everything else. So at this level that we've got right now is pushing that limit. If we just kept it at natural grade up on those natural grades, first of all, there wouldn't be as much area that they can build their homes on. Be a very small building area. And then secondly, if we didn't push into that wash up that we were talking about earlier, and then also we wouldn't be able to get up there with the street.
Are you using some of that fill to fill in the canyon too?
Yeah.
Or I mean, some of that cut to fill in that canyon?
Yeah, I understood what you're saying, but yeah.
Commissioners, what do we think? You want to keep discussing this, or? Because I know we haven't even hit the big one for tonight. So.
If I could just mention one other thing, there was another question about, how far up the hill are we going to keep pushing development? And that question goes back to the hillside. And this area has that relatively flat area up there that I was talking about. And that's why the Hillside Committee was able to recommend it coming out of Hillside and being developable. The rest beyond this project to the east is all very steep. The hillsides don't have any flat areas to develop. It's just all hillside. And we've kind of talked about that with Drew, and he indicated that he number one, didn't want us to punch a road through or stub a road to the east because it's not going to be developed. But
well, I guess the developer thinks that there's money to be made on this, because to me, it just seemed like a lot of work just to build 4 lots, but I'm not the one that's building it, so.
Well, they wouldn't do it if they weren't making money. He's a big boy, knows what he's doing.
You think?
I guess. I mean, yeah, it just seems like a lot of work. So it's just my opinion, but I'm not in construction, so I don't know.
So, okay.
Drew, if this does not pass, city council does not pass it, there is a retaining wall that will be built on the east that's scarred there currently for those lots that are approved in the previous item. Is that correct?
Yeah, for him to utilize those lots that you approved on that, we would absolutely have to. But here's the problem. What I understand is the retaining wall ends up being on this piece of property, which again, this property is like most of the things that come to you, it's under contract based upon zoning approval. And so that's why he's basically having to buy this so that he can make these lots work down here without having to put the retaining wall on them. Then he loses all those lots in phase 5.
So, yeah. Okay.
Oh, he doesn't own that right now?
Well,
He
I don't
does.
know, maybe he does.
He does.
I wouldn't have bought it, but Kent's online. He could tell you, but I bet you it's under contract based on zoning approval. But Kent, do you own that piece?
He owns it.
Oh, he bought it then. Okay. I stand corrected.
For me, it's all about protecting the homeowners down below, and allowing somebody to build up there isn't a concern that I have as a commissioner. Allowing the protection for the people down below is what the concern is for me. And I don't think that's addressed this evening. It's certainly been noted, and it will need to be addressed. And I think that's where I'm at. So, I mean, I know where I'm standing on a vote. We can discuss this. I don't want to cut you gentlemen short, but we do need to make a decision one way or the other on this.
Well, and I think with you, Jason, that the access point into the detention pond needs to be easier accessible, whether it's smaller rocks or whatever it is, because it's going to be hard to get equipment up there. And if you look up there, there is a pile of silt that has been dug out and is just part of the hill up there. Looks almost like rubbish. But, so do you just keep digging the silt up and making another hill, or are they going to truck it out? If they truck it out, there's no way they can get equipment up there to truck it out. I just think it needs access in there, in that.
Gentlemen, if I may, whether this moves on to approval or not, that's going to be a concern tomorrow.
Yeah.
You deny it, everything you just said and you guys have been talking about, it's still going to be there.
Yep.
Because that detention is actually part of Mr. Houghton's phase 4. I mean, that was their thing. It's their detention in essence, from the water coming down off of here.
Okay.
And I just wanted to make that clear that no matter what we do, as I listened, I thought, well, darn, that's going to be there no matter what you do today or tomorrow.
Hey, Rick.
Okay. So that's Houghton's property, that detention pond?
Well, it's phase 4, to my understanding.
That's correct, Drew.
Rick.
In fact, one of the points I want to reiterate is whether this goes through or not, those drainage concerns, I guess, are still there. In my mind, there's no concern because there's, like I said, redundancies with that design. However, if this project does go through, it's actually going to be better for Todd because the runoff to the ponds that are behind his lot will be less than what's going there now. So it'll be safer for the downstream residents. Also, it'll be safer for the downstream residents in the fact that that scar will be taken out. The hillside will become stable, and there will be less concern of slides and things like that. So
is this Brandon speaking?
No, this is Rick with Bush and Cudgel.
Okay.
Hey, Rick, just a quick question.
Yes, sir.
From what I can tell, it doesn't look like we could probably do an access point off of Bramble Way, right?
No, there's not an access point there.
Well, I mean, would it? I don't think it would be possible, right?
It'd be anything you want to do is possible. I think is whether it's feasible or not. And to gain access to that point, we'd have to be buying property from those neighbors. Their property comes into a point at that location, and then we would have to fill in that wash, which is a bigger, deeper wash than the one to the south that we're filling in. So.
Right, that don't work. Well, I don't know, what do we do? Do we just have those notes in there for protection and move on?
This is Commissioner Hanson. If you're asking my opinion, yes, these things have been noted. We've heard from at least the most impacted resident in writing and verbally, with the opportunity to address that again, his concerns again. I think the one thing that he's gonna lose is the view. I see that. I see it that way. Rick is telling us, and let's assume for a second that Rick is 100% accurate, that the water will be an improvement. The runoff will be an improvement with this approval, but the site won't be. That's so, and you can't protect your site. Ultimately, it comes down to my opinion that. So yes, that's the drainage and all that. We'll have opportunity to address that because it'll be there tomorrow.
So do we have conditions on this, Drew?
Well, zoning, you generally do not put conditions on zoning. You've made notes for the engineer to take back when if the council approves it, as he moves forward, that's all I would do, is just give him saying, hey, this is what we're gonna be looking for when you bring a plat if the city council approves this zone change. Because we really aren't allowed to put conditions on standard straight zoning.
Okay.
All right, gentlemen, if there's no other comments or questions or concerns, I'll look for a motion on this so we can move on from this item 8A.
Have we closed the public?
I thought we did.
Yeah,
I can't remember.
I think we did.
we did.
And again, if you have questions or concerns, I don't mean to cut you off, but let's have a motion if we've exhausted those.
Well, this is Commissioner Shield, I'll make the motion then that we send it to the city council for consideration for a zone change request Z21-06 to change from open space to R1-15 single family resident minimum 15,000 foot lots located approximately the end of Lost Ridge Drive. Applicant is Kent Rasmussen, and recommend that the council recognize the public comments that we had and the drainage questions in mind. Is that correct?
Drew, does that sound okay to you?
Yeah, I like it.
Okay.
That puts the engineer and the owner on notice of what you're looking for if you see it again.
I have a motion. I need a second. Uh-oh.
What do you do now?
Gentlemen, what do we have? No second, or do we have a second, or do we need more comment?
Well, if you're gonna vote no, you can't second, can you?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, then I'll second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. We're gonna go to individual voting, especially right here, Musso, is where you're gonna be. Commissioner Shield,
Yes.
Commissioner Musso,
No,
Commissioner Fitzamfu,
Yay.
Commissioner Hanson, I'm an aye as well. Motion passes 3-1. We'll move that to city council. Drew, when will city council hear this?
They will hear that on February 10th.
Okay.
And everybody who got notice on this through the planning commission will get a notice from the city recorder's office for that public hearing.
I guess I should have asked this, and I didn't even think about it until you just said that. One of the questions that came up in the comment, or one of the comments that came up in the public hearing, was about the notification to the residents being more vague than they might have liked. Standard notification, is there something that we're missing, or was it done how it should have been legally?
Well, I'm not trying to, question the citizen by any means, but sometimes you put too much on, then it's too much. Yeah. You want to keep it as, I don't know if I'd use the word vague, but we keep it as simple. It was a simple zone change request, from open space to R115.
It becomes more detailed, doesn't it, on the next notification?
Right. As things happen, they start seeing it's a preliminary plat. And again, they can go you know, the beauty of what we do now is as soon as my reports are done and we send our packet out to you, good gentlemen, it goes online. People can go in there and look at my report. They can look at the exhibits. They can see all that stuff.
Okay.
So,
Thank you. Well, item 8A passes 3-1. We'll move that to city council. Does anybody, before we do item 8B, does anybody need a 5-minute break before we hit this?
I would
Don't
appreciate it.
break my heart.
Okay. We'll take a 5-minute break and we'll reconvene here in 5 minutes, give everybody a chance to do whatever they need to do. We'll be back.
Thank you.
Oh, my goodness.
Ready to fire this up?
Yeah, I don't know if Jason's back yet.
That doesn't look like it.
Here.
Ready?
All right, Drew, are you on? Like I told him before, we could all move on. It'd be pretty tough without him.
Yeah.
Looking at each other.
He said to get started.
He's coming.
Go ahead, kind sir. I'm ready.
All right, perfect. All right, we'll continue the meeting now this evening on January 20th. The Planning Commission in Washington, Utah. We're on down to item 8B. Is this not a public hearing as well, Drew?
It is a public hearing.
Yes, okay. This is item 8B. This is a public hearing and also a zone change. This was tabled from January 6th. Oh, there we go. Public hearing for consideration and recommendation to City Council. Request Z-21-05 to amend the Coral Canyon PCD, Planned Community Development. The purpose is to amend the 5-foot setback requirement in Area 5 and Area 8. The trail system, nightly rental zoning in Area 7 and 9. Improvements on Telegraph. Excuse me, applicant is Cole West.
Thank you, Chair. Stated the applicant is requesting approval to amend portions of the Coral Canyon PCD project plan. And that's found specifically in the land use master plan map, which is an update on the trailways along Telegraph Street and proposing nightly rental area added to Area 9. Also in the development of Telegraph Street and verbiage updates found in Section 3, Chapter 4.2G, setbacks and lot coverage. And so I'll hit those a little more specifically here. So they may not be in order exactly like your exhibits. I just put them in what worked best for me, but we'll still hit. There's basically 4 main things we're hitting here. And so I'll jump right in. Changes in Section 2, which is the land use master plan map. The amendment is to update the Coral Canyon PCD land use master plan map. And let me find that exhibit for you. This is the one that shows all the things happening tonight, just an overall. So let me go find, because I want you to follow along with me. Anyway, we'll all zoom in on that when I get through on this. So they'll be updating the main map by first adding an extended trailway along. And so that's this exhibit here. And we'll zoom in on that. And that's the green dots that you see. So this is part of that trailway along the southeast side of Telegraph Street with the city approved 10-foot trail from Area 4 that you see here where the orange ends, where I'm circling. And then the new will be this green dotted area all the way out to Area 9, which is out at Coral Ridge. So this is the trail being updated on here. And then secondly, a proposal to expand the use of recreational, which is the family, which is the vacation short-term. And that's in the area you see right here where Highway 9 and Telegraph meet. And it's right by where the Razor Ridge fishing pond is. This area in this kind of off green yellowish color, changing that. Right now it's commercial, and they're going to leave this little orange piece as remainder of commercial, but the rest of the area, about a good 80%, they want to turn into vacation rental and just expand what Coral Ridge is right now. So that's what's changing on that particular area. So that will basically take care of what's going to be on the site plan maps. Also in Section 2, they're going to a proposal to amend the revised zoning comparison chart. And I will go find that. It's just a piece that we really use. It looks like this. And it just lays out all the setbacks, what the city's standards are and what is allowed in Coral Canyon. And so they're going to update that, again, asking for a 5-foot setback in areas 5 and 8, which you see up here. And they want to be able to have 5-foot side yards and 10-foot rear yards. So this is part of the changes, this particular exhibit in section 2 of the zoning comparison chart.
Was it 10 and 20 foot originally?
Well, originally they could use this one right above it. Right now in this residential production is what it's called, which is, you know, just the average home, not the big custom ones. Currently, you can have 5 feet, but the other side has to be 10 because you have to have a minimum between 15 feet between homes.
Okay,
So if I put 5 on one side, I know my other side has to be, and then my neighbor can either have a 5 or a 10, but nothing less. You know, I can't have 2 5s right now, side by side.
Yeah.
And right now, the current is 20 foot in the rear, but they're asking for 10 on these homes in just areas 5 and 8. This isn't broad across the Coral Canyon. It's just areas 5 and 8, which I'll go back and bring that where we were. And that's the area 5 and 8 are these highlighted yellow areas right down here.
okay.
So it's on this side of Telegraph only that they're asking for this. Okay, the 5-foot and the 10-foot rear. Okay, does that help make sense for you?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
So is 5 the road that goes up to the dump, right?
Yes, you see this, you can see the 5 right here.
And then
Like,
8,
and
8 is the rest?
And 8 is over here, but that's the dump road. You can see right there that winds around.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Changes also in section 3, chapter 4.2, which is the verbiage part within the PCD booklet, the big thick book, updating the verbiage as it relates to the changes proposed in the revised zoning comparison chart, allowing for areas 5 and 8 to have a 5-foot side yard setback on both sides with a 10-foot rear yard setback in just, again, these 2 areas. Okay, so again, the areas that are in the yellow, because this is 5 here and 8. And this is kind of, if you looked at the original thing, they knew they're not going to cover all of it. These are just the usable areas kind of within that area, 5 and 8. Also, to update the agreement between the city and the developer on Telegraph Street. Let me find that particular map. So this red and it's a purple area. They're updating this to put into the PCD and update what was approved, because if you remember when they came and did this subdivision proposal that you guys saw a couple months ago, we're here at where the 8 is, there was questions about how Telegraph would be built out because, you know, the development agreement wasn't clear in that area, or we thought it was clear and the developer didn't think so. The council said, hey, as soon as you can, we want you to come back and show us that we can both agree upon what we're going to do here. So now you see the cross sections right here, and this is what they're proposing on Telegraph, which was kind of agreed in that city council meeting discussing that preliminary plat. Just to bring you up to speed, why this is made part of their amendment is to address from down here, which is called the 14th Fairway subdivision, all the way up here to basically the Coral Ridge area. And so this area was always kind of what people thought might have been a little gray. Now it is specific down here on these cross sections of what it will be, you know, from both parties. Okay. So with that, that's the major portions of this. Again, I know originally, and I will state this just for the council to know, because you read a lot of the comments that came in, you had a chance to read those that were sent in to you. Originally, Cole West wanted to change area 7 right here, and all, you know, that you can see, I'll kind of get my arrow going. They want to turn all that into nightly rentals, and it caused an upstir in Coral Canyon, not surprisingly. And so with that, then Cole West, you know, took a lot of heat from that and went back and held another meeting. That's why we tabled them 2 weeks ago. They had another special meeting on Thursday night, a Zoom meeting, to let everybody know that, you know, they've kind of changed their mind. They're not going to touch Area 7 as part of this proposal. It's off. It's not part of what you're seeing tonight, and won't be. They're just going to leave it as a single family development, kind of like it always was planned to be, and detached homes, etc. So the items you're seeing tonight are, again, the cross sections for Telegraph in this area here. We're talking about adding vacation rental out here in Village 9 or Area 9, which is this odd, shape. Leaving the orange color will remain commercial. Again, I'm just going back hitting the highlights for you.
How many acres is that?
How many acres?
Yeah.
I thought I put it down. Roughly 13 acres will be voted to vacation rental, 13 plus or minus.
Okay.
And then the commercial will be roughly at around 4 plus or minus.
Okay.
The whole area is about 17 point something, I think. If I go to the chart, it's 17.4 or 5. And so it's going to be 13 and 4, plus or minus.
Yep.
Okay. Also is adding this 10-foot wide trail through Area 5. Then when it gets down to Telegraph, having it on the southeast side of Telegraph. Again, it's a 10-foot wide trail for everybody to use that ties all along this side of Telegraph, and then get into the main trail system, which you see in Area 4. Then that takes you down to the gorge, the river, all that, into the city's master plan trail system there. So they're extending the trail line there. That's what this is. And then
That takes you down to Hell Hole, right?
Yes, you can go to Hell Hole, and then you can go north, either to the Virgin River toward Washington Dam Road, or take it off to the Solomon, soccer park.
Yep, nice.
The yellow shaded areas here are the ones just changing again. This area only for the 5-foot side setbacks and 10-foot rear, just again in these yellowed out areas on this exhibit.
Okay.
That's what's before you tonight on this amendment. So with that, I will just finish. Staff has reviewed the proposed changes and amendment. Staff supports the majority of the proposal. The item of concern is the new expansion of the multifamily recreational vacation. But again, I can live with it or without it. But if there is a concern, that would be my concern. Just because of the issues we've had with nightly rentals in the city, with the volume of them we've had. And it's not always with the people that stay in them, but sometimes it's the ownership or the people that stay in them. We just had issues, but again, I can see why they would add it there. If there was anywhere else to add in Coral Canyon, that's where I'd recommend, because it's out on the highway and so far away from everything else. So again, I can live with it or not live with it, but that if there is a concern, that would be staff's concern only, is that Area 9 portion of that. But with that said, staff would like to recommend that the Planning Commission recommend approval of Z-21-05 for the zone change request, amending portions of the Coral Canyon PCD project plan. As you see, your attached exhibits, and only those, with staff's considerations about the things just discussed. But that's what I would leave. And again, I have one condition on this, that the amendments are the things that we talked about in these exhibits on this, that we've seen on the screen tonight, are the only things being proposed in this amendment. And with that said, I'll be glad to answer any questions that the commissioners have on this amended PCD Coral Canyon plan.
So Drew, refresh our memories as to what we approved in like section 8 a couple of months ago. I can't remember what we approved, to be perfectly honest with you. I know it's part of the PCD, but did we approve house types, or did we approved a preliminary plat?
You approved the preliminary plat with lots. That's all you did.
Or those lots all townhomes?
No, they're not townhomes. They're individual lots with single family detached, more like a patio home, like
Right.
many of the things you've done up in Brio lately.
Okay, that's what I thought.
That smaller patio home.
And
that's
they're all single level, correct?
I think that they were. I don't know, because we didn't talk about homes themselves. We talked about lots.
Right.
And they have setbacks of 20 feet and 10 feet.
Well, right now they could do 5,
5 and 15.
Exactly. And that's why they're coming back here, with the 5. And again, I'm fine with the 5 and 5. Hold on, someone's speaking. Let's hold on a second. Right now, like I say, they have the pads have been preliminary plat approved. if that makes sense. We didn't talk about home layouts or sizes in that preliminary plat. We didn't discuss single,
Okay.
double. It was just, we approved a preliminary plat with pad sites, lots, not pad sites, lots.
Right.
Because
Okay.
that answers the question you asked, so I think.
Yeah, and it was only in that little section that you have.
Right here only, right there. Yep, that's all that we did right here.
Okay, so what about the other ones then? These other, to the south, going towards the dump road.
Right, these, what's your question?
Yeah, that one, those next three. We haven't done anything with those yet, right?
No, we have not seen any design. We've not seen anything.
Okay.
Through this Commissioner Hanson.
Yeah, let
Sorry,
me just, this is the first time since I've been here 15 years I've seen anything on this side of the road.
Right.
They did bring us a church about 10 years ago, possibly putting there, but it never came to fruition.
Okay.
through this Commissioner Hanson, could you explain to us why we're seeing so many things in this one item? I feel like they could or should be separated out. There's elements that I see one way and I see the other elements a different way. Is there a reason they're all together?
Well, I see where you're coming, and yes, you could, but then you're holding 4 separate public hearings.
Yeah.
And you're going through. Sorry, Siri's interrupting. I don't know why she thinks she can join my conversation, but because I never turn my phone on. But that's why. And again, I'm not concerned about it because all of these, except for the vacation rental side, are all pretty minor things. One of them the city council wanted to see. I don't know anybody would have issue, but I'm not saying there could still be someone about adding trail area, because I don't want to say that there, most people won't. The setback thing can go either way. I've seen it work and I'm fine with it. It's like I was telling the gentleman in the conference room a little while ago, 3 years ago, I probably had more heartache, but now that I can drive up to Brio and see what it's like and also hear the people that live in it, that's exactly what they're looking for, because they don't want to maintain 20 foot of yard. They're fine with 10 feet and 5 on the sides and a 20-foot front. They're tickled pink that they don't have to worry about more yard than that. So I've kind of lost my angst on that, so I'm pretty good okay with that. And then the roadway, the city council basically told them they needed to do that. So again, I'm breaking it down. The vacation rental might be the harder thing to digest. Everything else should be a little smoother.
Is it all or nothing on a vote tonight?
No, you can break it up. You can say, I'd approve this, and this part I'm not good with.
Okay.
So
Now, again, it goes to city council and they can either uphold, deny, or modify your recommendation.
Okay.
That's their option. So, yeah, but you can break it up in your motion. Feel free to.
All right.
So another quick question. So up in Brio, are they on 8s and 10s or are they on 5 and 5?
They're 5 and 5 on the sides and 10 in the rear, just like
Are they-
what they're proposed. It's the same developer building them. So that's why.
Right, I know that. Yeah, I know
Yeah.
that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but it's 5 and 5 and 10.
And single level. Hopefully.
Yeah, everything they learned. They in fact, people told
I
them,
know
"Don't
they
build a
did.
2-story, we won't buy it." So
Yeah,
they
they-
don't build anything 2-story.
Yeah, they got their
Or-
lunch up in Brio on those few that they built.
Yeah.
Okay. So the elephant in the room then, gentlemen, I guess is going to be these nightly rentals. Because I don't see any problems with the other stuff, in all honesty. We had a lot of comments about people's property values being hurt because they won't be able to see Razor Ridge. If they're single level homes, it's not going to hurt their property values at all. That's me speaking professionally. As long as 7 isn't in play as far as nightly rentals, that was the other one that I think most of the people were having heartburn over in the public hearings. I think the stuff in 5 and 8 is kind of a no-brainer. And then I guess it's what we need to look at really is 9 and see.
Yeah, and I don't know what you'd put commercial there wise, other than possibly RV dealer type deal or something like that. I don't think you'll really see a grocery store coming there. So I don't know, is that a bad thing? What would you rather have, an RV dealer or nightly rentals?
Looks like the comments answered that question, right? I mean, not even, almost like they would take anything over nightly rentals. It appeared that way. Drew, what are you underlying now? I mean, I can see it, but you're doing that because that's the maximum height of the home currently?
Yeah, see, and I thought I was going to try to get this done before, but then something said, hey, just look on your chart. And these are the heights that have been set in the PCD. Okay, so I'm just bringing that up. I know a lot of them brought up, well, the CCNR say they can only be single story. I said, that's fine. I can't do anything about CCNRs though. All I can do is enforce what the PCD plan is, and you can see that the height in all your residential allowable height on a building is 35 feet. So that tells me it could be up to a 2-story home. That's allowed, but we allow that anywhere in Washington City. 2-story, 35 feet for a single family residential. So I just I knew it was somewhere, and I'm glad I found it. So.
Commissioners, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. I'm done.
I was just going to say, commissioners, this is a public hearing. We can certainly entertain our comments, but as I think all of you are well aware, there will be some public comment on this. We did receive upwards of 150 comments that we read through prior to this meeting, and there's possibly some more. So we can ask some questions now. I would like to go to the public comments and then address anything that comes up there, and then address our comments after that, if that's okay with you, commissioners. I don't want to cut you off, but that's how I feel this should.
I would agree.
You okay with that, you guys?
I would agree.
Okay. Well, at this time, what we're going to do is open the public meeting. As I did mention at the beginning of the meeting, we've received all of the written comments ahead of time and had a chance to approve them. We did receive far more than I've ever seen on the commission in my time here. I think that's got to be some kind of a record, which in a way causes me to pause and say, okay, what are we really doing here, and take a little more concern and cautious approach. So with that being said, we'll open the public meeting. Eldon, are there any public comments to read, or if there's somebody there in the chambers that has a public comment?
Yes, there is. Maybe I'll just start by reading the comments, if that's okay with you. Stephen Gartner says, while nightly rentals may be appropriate in certain commercial areas, they should not be allowed in our beautiful community of single-family homes. The Hurricane City Council unanimously rejected a similar proposal at Sky Mountain Golf Course for that very reason. Secondly, attainable single-family housing is one thing, but there should not be high-density housing of any kind in Coral Canyon due to traffic, noise, and light pollution of our rapidly diminishing dark skies. James Bassett comments, Area 7 recommendation, retaining existing zoning for nightly rental previously approved. B, provide for open space as previously suggested by CoWest. C, allow gated luxury homes on areas adjacent to golf course as previously suggested by CoWest. D, retain existing zoning for single-family residential. No nightly rentals in this area for the area between nightly rentals mentioned in A and gated luxury homes mentioned in C. Michael Hart states, I am a homeowner of vacation rental at Town Center at Coral Canyon. We upgraded from our second home in Sienna Hills. We've had a second home in Washington City for over 10 years. I support Washington City and appreciate the improvements the city has made in 10 years. We spent most of our disposable dollars in Washington City. I'm concerned with oversaturation of RV camping and nightly vacation rentals already in the area and growing. I'm sure not many homeowners in the town center community have reached profitability. My experience with CoWest has been negative. Every one of the 4 units in our townhome had water damage due to roof leaks. CoWest dropped the ball with communication in the final month of our closing. Our CoWest contacts have mostly left the company. Our HOA fees have increased from $150 per month to $215 per month. CoWest, still managing our HOA, forced our HOA to accept the 8 into our HOA. Our pool was not built to invite that community. CoWest misrepresented available property managers, resulting in months of lost rental income. Co-West engages in lies, half-truths, and misrepresents the homeowner's best interest. These firsthand experiences are examples why Co-West should not have permission to change zoning or CC&Rs. Increased density will only increase the needs for parking and other issues left unresolved. Ken Steelman states, I moved to Coral Canyon because it was a planned community. There were no multifamily homes in my neighborhood. There were multifamily homes in Coral Ridge where we choose not to purchase. All the other zones, I think there were 13 phases, were single family home lots. Why, after 30 plus years since the master plan was developed, is the new developer changing the master plan? This will reduce our property value and increase the traffic in my neighborhood. My neighborhood is quiet and safe with single family homes. Co-West wants to make it transient with loud nightly rentals and multifamily townhomes. It was my understanding that the only areas for two-story homes was in the town center and Coral Ridge phases. By the way, I thought it was against our HOA rules to build two-story homes outside those two areas. Those two areas were already planned and being developed when we purchased in Coral Canyon. Nothing was proposed or expected to be changed in the other phases. It would be like building multi-family homes in the Green Springs area. Not a good idea. Thanks for your time and consideration. John and Shannon Grosco state Co-West zoning change proposal would permit the building of more low-cost, high-density, and nightly vacation rental housing along an extended length of Telegraph Street adjacent to Coral Canyon. My wife and I are year-round residents of Coral Canyon and Washington City since 2016. We have seen the extraordinary huge building projects still being completed and extended along Washington Parkway and across Telegraph at the Hell Hole Trailhead location, and are highly disturbed and concerned over the impact this increased low-cost housing will have on traffic, crime, noise, and loss of privacy, to name a few. In short, quality of life that we anticipated when we bought our single-family home in an HOA-controlled development, Coral Canyon, 4 years ago. We have never seen and don't believe that there is an infrastructure plan in the city which projects the impact which we are about to feel. Proper planning is sorely needed in Washington City, extending the sprawl to include yet more low-cost homes and motel-like nightly rentals will further negatively impact our quality of life and discussed above, and ultimately our home values, which is very disturbing and wrong to all of the residents in single-family homes. Nightly renters are not likely to be the best neighbors. The increased garbage on Telegraph Street emphasizes that. Therefore, we urge you to deny this request and further to implement a plan and process for future projects that protects the residents and not just the contractors. An impact plan will give us all a chance to keep our neighborhoods as we would like them. We appreciate the opportunity to express our concerns for the future of Washington City. Please respect us and be sensitive to our concerns and deny this change in zoning request. Rich Batten states, Planning Commission members, I have been a full-time resident of Coral Canyon for 4 years. In that short period of time, I have seen many changes to the Coral Canyon community, some good as the development of the views, and some not so good as the overnight rentals at the Coral Canyon entrance off SR9. I will say that the Coral Canyon overnight rentals are few and very stylish, unlike Del Sol and the Ivory Homes Washington City overnight rentals that look like entry-level townhouses. I will only speak in general terms regarding the Co-West zone change request. Coral Canyon does not need any more overnight rental units. Overnight renters don't know or care about our community or any of the HOA rules that we residents must abide by. The number of boats, trailers, ATVs, side-by-sides, and motorcycles jammed into the existing overnight rental parking is disappointing and affects traffic and the quiet rights of the existing residents. The Co-West proposed development along Telegraph Road seems challenging at best to me. So Co-West is interested in building homes near the road to the dump. I believe there is a near continuous stream of dump trucks and other heavy trucks and vans Monday through Friday. That does not sound like a desirable residential location to me. Increasing the density of residential units along Telegraph or around the golf course is a bad plan, and I believe does nothing to maintain or increase property values or the desirability of living in Coral Canyon. That said, I am opposed to the CoWest zone change request. Coral Canyon is still a great place to live. Let's keep it that way. Marilyn Selder states, I live in and support Washington City. We don't want our community to be changed by additions of nightly rentals and or any multi-dwelling residences. Property managers aren't doing a good job of controlling the rentals now present. Why would we want more? Traffic will become more of an issue. Please leave well enough alone. Making more money for the developers is a cost our neighborhoods do not want to pay. Thank you. Vicky J. Garcia states, please do not allow a zone change to allow nightly rentals and multifamily housing, as it will affect the integrity and quaint community of Coral Canyon that we have come to love and respect as full-time homeowners. With the building of the 8th, we have already seen disrespect of property with overflowing garbage, increased traffic, and speeding throughout once quiet neighborhoods. There has been increased crime in the last 2 months alone and loud off-road vehicles speeding up and down the streets. We love our home, the community, and Washington and support it every day as full-time residents. We want to keep the area safe and enjoyable. We live in a community with HOA for the benefit of the HOA to maintain our property values and keep the neighborhood beautiful. The majority of nightly rentals have absentee landlord property investor more concerned about profits than who they rent their property to. These lack of controls jeopardize the quiet and peaceful community that is Coral Canyon. Please vote against this zone change. April McCollum states, I just moved to this area 7 weeks ago. I have chosen to live here and support Washington City on a daily basis. If this zone change happens, I am afraid crime rates will go up. I am afraid the traffic will be absolutely horrible with no traffic lights and police enforcement down here. I like the private feel of my new neighborhood and do not want this zone change to happen. I have a letter here that 16 residents of Coral Cliffs have signed. It says, Washington City Council, as originally planned, Coral Canyon was recognized throughout Washington County and Utah as an example of how developers and municipalities could work together to create ideal planned communities. The initial development phases fulfilled that promise. However, it seems when the time came to do the hard work of commercial development, the vision slipped and Coral Canyon's potential was abandoned. It is now in danger of further erosion by proposed changes. Over the years, while residents have maintained Coral Canyon's original vision, the developers saw opportunities for fast profits by converting commercial and open space to residential. These are not homes that complement the surrounding neighborhoods, but instead high-density nightly rentals that conflict with the community in both aesthetics and purpose. Instead of the promised livable, walkable community with small businesses, clinics, a grocery store, and restaurants, we have multiple story rentals and a new trailer park that compete with the Holiday Inn and traffic, garbage, noise, and crime. The proposed changes are not in Coral Canyon's or Washington City's best interest. One major problem seems to be several disconnects between what we originally planned when plans were changed, what is currently approved, and how CoWest communicates with the community. With the HOA controlled by CoWest, public notice usually comes late with incomplete or misleading reasoning and information and little flexibility. Inviting residents to meetings is not the same as considering their input. We also see little evidence that CoWest has been required to provide any updated impact studies. Are there any recent traffic studies, environmental impact studies, stormwater control plans? It seems large expansions are being considered for approval that will convert a neighborhood to a resort without updating the potential impacts. The bait and switch for those who have much invested is obvious, but Washington City also suffers. The city has an interest in affordable housing that supports schools, healthcare facilities, and parks, not simply more temporary residents that add to infrastructure and traffic burdens. Nightly rentals sell at a premium to investors or those well off enough to afford second homes. They exclude from the market those seeing starter homes or even long-term renters. As long as the HOA is controlled by any developer, we, as Coral Canyon residents, are left with no alternative but to ask you to represent our interests, which obviously are not always aligned with the for-profit developers. We respectfully request that you deny the aspects of Coal West's application that relate to adding more nightly rentals to our community and reduce setbacks, and ask you to consider the benefits of more open space. I have another letter here signed by 60 residents of this area. It reads, "We are writing out of concern for proposed amendments to Coral Canyon's PCD master plan. There are several valid reasons to deny Coal West's application to allow even more nightly rentals and more closely clustered buildings. We strongly believe that there are better, more cooperative solutions that balance the interests of Washington City, Sitka, Coal West, and Coral Canyon residents. Among the many reasons we chose Washington and Coral Canyon in particular was the vision encapsulated in Coral Canyon's master plan. That plan created a crown jewel in Washington City and provided predictability about maintaining a community where neighbors got to know each other in open spaces, on uncrowded streets with uncluttered views. Many Coral Canyon residents made once-in-a-lifetime decisions about how to invest life savings and establish new routes based on Coral Canyon's approved master plan. Over the years, incremental changes have chipped away at the plan's original intent, resulting in major physical and social changes to the community. Originally, Coral Ridge and Coral Springs were self-contained nightly rental units segregated from the heart of the community, with changes that added dozens of two-story nightly rentals at Town Center. The gateway to Coral Canyon feels like a vacation resort rather than a planned community. The new large mobile home park being constructed will exponentially increase what are essentially nightly rentals in our area and contribute to this new aesthetic. And now, with an entirely new section of Coral Canyon being proposed to be marketed and used as nightly rentals, we will be effectively a neighborhood surrounded by a resort. Newcomers are often accused of moving into a community with an agenda to change it. To the contrary, many longtime residents are being joined by those who would like to maintain Northeast Washington and Coral Canyon's communal spirit as a place to live, not just to stay a few days. We're convinced that through study will reveal the adding even more nightly rentals will not support Washington's state mandated affordable housing goals. Dedicating whole neighborhoods to large inventories of short-term rentals decreases the supply and drive of the cost of long-term rentals and affordable housing, especially in already expensive tourist destinations like Washington County. A recent study says, quote, "Housing demand is relatively inelastic in that people's demand for somewhere to live doesn't decline when prices increase. So even small changes in housing supply, like those caused by converting long-term rental properties to Airbnb units, can cause significant price increases for local residents," unquote. And Coal West claims that COVID has increased demand is a transparent and temporary reach. Our experience with newer nightly rentals is that we and the city also deal with increased problem associated with temporary visitors, more noise, traffic, parking problems, garbage, policing, etc. Visitors are simply not as invested in the community. We also object clustering dwellings, especially two-story dwellings not currently existing in Coral Canyon's residential areas closer together. Telegraph Road corridor between Washington Parkway and Highway 9 seems to be at risk of becoming the high-density cluster for the entire county. If anything, more open space should be introduced along this increasingly crowded, high-traffic area. Increased development and residential traffic along the landfill access and within earshot of the firearms range is sure to cause headaches for the city and county. Has CoWest provided traffic and complaint mitigation plans or listed environmental impacts? CoWest has not provided any real renderings of how potential changes would affect sight lines in Coral Canyon. Before considering the amendments, the city should be able to see the visual impact from various points along Liberty Greens Drive, Broken Rock Way, Crimson Fairway Drive, Highland Parkway, and along Telegraph. Even views in Coral Canyon's original attainable housing unit, 14 Fairway, will be affected. It will be hard to find any Coral Canyon residents who support these changes, but we lack representation on the HOA, which should be comprised of those who are part of the fabric of the community, but is instead controlled by CoWest employees who are not Coral Canyon residents. This brings us to our final point. As long as the HOA is controlled by any developer, our only representation are city officials. We know it is not your role to serve as the de facto HOA for Coral Canyon, but residents are left with no alternative but to ask you to represent our interests, which obviously are not aligned with the for-profit developers. We respectfully request that you deny the aspect of CoWest's application that relate to adding more nightly rentals to our community and less space between buildings, and ask you to consider the benefits of more space, open space along Telegraph Road. Brent and Tammy Lowe state, our great-grandfather, Jacob Bastian, was an original settler of Washington City. Our roots run deep in Washington City. We are committed to Washington City. We fell in love with Coral Canyon from the first day it opened. The golf course was like no other, an excellent design, and the turf condition was as if it had been there for a decade. We were sold on the concept and vision of Coral Canyon, restrictive CC&Rs, sense of community, open spaces, walking path, excellent community center and park, and a geographically advantageous location protected by the Tortoise Preserve, the anticline and rugged hills. The plan was clearly to make Coral Canyon a community and not a resort. Much of the new development has changed to nightly rentals and resort-style housing. The vision sold by the owners and original developers is being threatened. This is especially true for all existing residents who invested in their homes under the plan. Adding insult to injury, CoWest shows complete and utter disregard for those currently living in and committed to the community of Coral Canyon. They, CoWest, make it clear that they wield the ability and power to do whatever they see fit to do, including changing zones, changing zoning, avoiding notifications of changes, and deceiving current residents. Further, they control the HOA. Their disregard for and arrogance toward those living in Coral Canyon is over the top. Those of us who moved to Coral Canyon based upon the original developer and Sitla's community-based plan and based upon Washington City zoning restrictions are very worried that we are at a crossroad. CoWest has already been allowed too much latitude and threatens to change the community forever. We previously lived in a neighborhood with 14 new homes. We didn't know it, but one neighbor built their home with intentions of nightly rentals. That one home changed the feeling of the entire neighborhood dramatically, with constant bridges and large gatherings, numerous cars parking on and crowding the street, loud music, teenagers and college students gathering to party. Fire department called for a garbage can fire and police called. Those specific instances all happened in the first 5 months. Please do not allow CoWest to change the zoning, add any more nightly rentals, or change the community feel of Coral Canyon any more than they already have done. Allow the current residents to continue to have exactly what they purchased, a community. And
Can we, Jason, one quick question. Are we reading all the ones that we've already read that were submitted to us? Or are these the most recent ones that weren't submitted to the planning commissioners?
yeah, from my understanding, these came in after we had submitted those comments to you.
Correct. Elton, do you have any idea, just a guess, how many more you have?
I have one more in front of me.
Okay,
Would you like me to read it?
Yes.
please.
Will do. This comes from Suzanne and Randy Jones. It's handwritten, so it may be a little hard for me to make out. To whom it may concern, my name is Suzanne Jones. My husband Randy and I live at 3401 Sweetwater Springs Drive. It has come to our attention that they are wanting to build more nightly rentals in and around our neighborhood. We are strongly opposed to these being built. We do not want the additional traffic and issues that could come from having these type of units being built. Please consider this letter as part of the petition in opposition to this. And that's all of the comments I have before me. There is one gentleman here that would like to make comments as well.
Okay, as he makes his way to the microphone, just a reminder, if you could please state your name, where you live, keep your comments relevant, respectful, and if you could try to keep them to 3 minutes, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, I hate to be the last guy keeping us all as late as long as we have, but quite frankly, this is a pretty important matter. Of the letters that this gentleman read, mine wasn't in there, so I hope that mine made it into your reading file so that I can keep it as short as possible this evening. My name is Lamar Nichols. My wife Marilyn and I live at 1398 North Liberty Greens Drive. We've lived in that home for going on 5 years now. I'm fortunate to say out my backyard, I look right across the 12th green. And I paid a premium for that and was always told nobody's ever going to build in that area. Well, that area is now area 7, but I'll get to that more a little bit later. I'm going to just kind of hit the macro points because A, you've imposed a time on me that I wasn't aware of, and B, because again, many of the points the gentleman made were similar to mine. But one of the most important things, I think the Planning Commission, and I sent my letters to the councilman and the mayor because I couldn't find any, maybe it's my problem, but I could not find any Planning Commission email addresses except for Miss Kathy. I forgot her name already, I apologize. But hopefully my letters made it. But anyway, the HOA, as you can determine, does not really represent the owners. Of the four positions, 3 of them are held by Coal West employees. There's only 1 residential member. Again, that's not what we're here to fix, but that's what's driving all of the negative angst you obviously are picking up. You know, they had a couple of meetings on Zoom, and you guys are skilled and used to Zoom. The Coral Canyon residents, I was in both of those meetings. We struggled to even figure out how to make all that work, while the Coal West guy basically ran roughshod over the people that were on those calls. And so they've demonstrated they're just not very serious about considering the residents' concerns or wishes. They're going. It was clear that fellow Drake was going through the motions, not making any commitments to the homeowners. My second point is that I owned another home in Coral Canyon that I bought in 2009 on Overland Trails Drive. And at that time, this document, and it's one of the ones that the gentleman showed, it was the master plan. It still had Suncor on it. And somebody might be able to find that if you hadn't gone home already. But Area 5 and Area 8, as they're now called, I promise you, were never indicated that they would be attainable / low-cost housing. And now they're becoming that. And again, when we bought the home in 2009, we had no idea that, Coral Canyon was going to be changing to this degree. And again, I think that was mentioned in all the commentary that the gentleman read. So I just thought I should mention that very quickly.
You said your name was Lamar, is that right?
Yes, sir. LAMAR.
I'm just looking through all, yep, Lamar Nichols of Coral Canyon.
Yeah.
We did receive your letter to us. We did have it. And we have received.
I'm sorry?
We did receive your comment that your
Okay.
letter that you had sent in. We received that prior to this meeting, had a chance to review it, just so you know.
Thank you for confirming that. So let me just hit the highlights then. I'm really trying to get to those. Again, I think, this whole issue around Coral Canyon, where it's located, the demands that are going to be placed on the intersections of Washington Parkway and Telegraph and SR9, I don't think we even know what we don't know. With all the development of the Ovation and those other apartments, I came home this weekend. Now there's a big crane across the street from those apartments at Sienna. I don't think we have any idea the congestion we're going to see at that intersection. There's a 40-acre mobile home or RV park that's being built across the street from the Texaco station, which is basically in Coral Canyon, separated only by the underpass down by the Harley Davidson place. I just think the strain that that's going to put on the Coral Canyon development is not being appreciated, and as well and also the demand that it's going to place on municipal resources. Again, there's a pretty common theme that says no more nightly rentals. Hopefully you've got that. And there was a mistake made by the earlier presentation by the staff, I guess, where they said, oh, we're not touching Area 7. Area 7 still has its single family dwellings, but if you look on like page 6 of that presentation, it shows nightly rentals. And so the staff needs to be clear on that. There are nightly rentals being proposed. And the fellow from Coal West reinforced that.
All right, Lamar, what else do we have? Can we wrap it up in the next 30 seconds?
Just a couple more points, please. When asked on the Zoom meeting, when Drake was asked, are there going to be, what are the houses along Telegraph going to look like? He showed a rendering of a continuous row of 2-story homes, and then was vague on whether 2-story homes were really going to occur there and blocking that view of that ridge. And that's one of the ridges I see in addition to the golf course. Your gentleman just mentioned, oh yeah, it was actually 25 or 35 feet. I couldn't hear. That is an abomination of what's going to occur to the Coral Canyon area. And I guess with that, the whole issue of having attainable / low-cost housing surrounding Coral Canyon and referring to them as Brio-like is really very disingenuous, because these homes aren't going to be anything like the Brio homes, if I understand it, or they wouldn't be attainable housing units. So again, I hope you did really study the concerns, and I appreciate the opportunity you've given me to run over 3 minutes, and I hope we'll make a wise decision for those residents of Coral Canyon. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Lamar, I appreciate it. Just to correct, I actually have 2 letters from you, Lamar, that we received and reviewed, but appreciate your time. Eldon, was that you? Did you have another comment, or did I misunderstand?
I've got the applicant. I think he's kind of waited at the end. He's been waiting his turn. So I'd like to, again, part of the public hearing, to let Drake Howell from Coal West. He's been waiting patiently to jump in. I told him just to hold tight till everybody else is finished. And so if that's okay, we'll invite him in.
Drew, there is one more participant here that would like to say a few words.
Oh, I thought you said there was just one, so that's all right. Have him stand up.
Hi, I'm Dave Mason, and I own a home in Coral Canyon. And it's not so much about our Coral Canyon, but we bought this house in southern Utah because it's a beautiful place. And if you start building these houses on these hills, you're going to wreck the views of all over the place. I used to live in Colorado, and they keep building houses everywhere, and it wrecks the scenery. And I just got to say that when you guys plan ahead for the future of the city, think about the views. It's a beautiful place. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, Drake, you're up. You get to caboose this thing, and I don't know how on earth to keep you to 3 minutes. I think because you're a developer, I'm not going to hold you to that. But happy to hear what you have to say.
So 4 minutes.
Yeah.
I appreciate that, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing us to speak tonight. We appreciate the opportunity of applying for this zone change in the Coral Canyon PCD. We appreciate the partnership that we have with the city. And as I say regularly, we couldn't be doing what we're doing in the community without the city's support, all the staff and the appointed and elected officials. I don't want to take a lot of time. I appreciate everyone's time tonight and the comments that were given. I guess want to give a little bit of background. We originally made application for this proposed zone change back in December. As part of that, and as part of the requirement that the city has for any zone change that is within a PCD, we're required to either send out a newsletter to the residents to inform them of our proposed changes or have a meeting. And as Drew mentioned earlier, we did both the newsletter. We also did the meeting, and due to COVID precautions, opted to have that meeting over Zoom. So was it perfect? It wasn't perfect, but we certainly heard a lot of feedback. Our original proposed change, Commissioners, as Drew mentioned earlier in his report, included a proposal to have single-family detached nightly rentals in the north portion of Area 7 there, that area that's surrounded by the golf course on both sides. When we approached the residents, as Drew mentioned, there was quite a bit of pushback on that particular element, together with some of the other comments that you heard this evening. And so we, after hearing that, we actually went back to the residents with a tweak, a change to what we had originally proposed for that northern portion of Area 7. And that was to have luxury gated neighborhoods on the northern extent and on the western extent, and then confine our proposed single family detached nightly rental in the center portion of that north part of Area 7. So with that tweak, we went back to the residents for a second meeting with them, again over Zoom, and presented that tweak to them based on the feedback that we had received for them. And I regret that a few who have voiced their opinions tonight characterize that as not listening. I would submit that we did listen, otherwise we would not have made any change to our proposal. And we had that second meeting where we presented that change. And based on the feedback we got in that second meeting, we decided to just take off the proposed single family detached nightly rental zoning in Area 7 entirely off the table. So we didn't even pursue that. And that's what's been presented to you this evening is nothing related to a change in the northern portion of Area 7. And so we took that whole proposed change off of the table. I would characterize that as listening and hearing the feedback that we've heard from the residents. We recognize that we're developers and that there is never a way that we can make 100% of the people happy, but we certainly have listened and we certainly have changed based on that feedback. And so I wanted to be clear about the background that has led to this night here on January 20th. And again, appreciate your time. Just a few elements of just kind of underscoring what we're proposing and requesting and applying for this evening. Two, I characterize as housekeeping items. The trail element, we are not proposing that a trail be put along Telegraph Street. That's actually part of the city master plan trail system. What we are doing relating to the trail system tonight is making it abundantly clear with zero ambiguity that the responsibility of building that trail along the non-golf course side of Telegraph is our responsibility as the developer, and that it will be improved as we improve and develop the phases of development along that non-golf course side of Telegraph. So we're simply clarifying that Coal West, as the developer, has the responsibility of building the master plan city trail along that corridor, and it will be built in the phasing of development as we proceed on that side of Telegraph. That's number one housekeeping issue. Number two, and by the way, we've addressed that with staff and they're in support of that. Number two, housekeeping item, again, as Drew mentioned, this is really something that the city council asked us to do. We had the same desire, Public Works staff had the same desire. In our development agreement, there's about a paragraph that big speaking about the improvements along Telegraph Street. And there's a little ambiguity that both the city Public Works staff and we recognize. And so this element, again, a housekeeping element, clarifies that and eliminates the ambiguity as to who is responsible for the final improvements of Telegraph Street. Again, that is us, the developer, and the timing at which those improvements will be made. And as you recall, when we were before you, and it became a broader issue when we were before the city council on the boulders, which were proposed on Area 8, the widening and center turn lane and any improvements that are required along Telegraph are our responsibility as the developer. And so this PCD amendment includes that clarity, and we're making it abundantly clear. That will follow, just as a note, with an update to the development agreement that will be presented to the city council. The paragraph that I mentioned in the current development agreement will be tweaked in a way to eliminate any ambiguity there. And so those are the two housekeeping elements. The other two elements are the setback issues on Area 5 and Area 8. I want to be abundantly clear because I know with our meetings with the residents that there's been some misunderstanding as to what we're doing with density. Right now, Area 5 and Area 8 have an approved maximum amount of units that are able to go in those planning areas. With the change to the setbacks, what we are doing is not changing the density, but it would allow us to cluster the density in a smaller area of those broader planning areas and effectively make smaller lots. And so that's the intent there. I do confirm what has been mentioned in one or two of the comments that in our presentation to the Coral Canyon owners, we presented a concept of a housing product that's a single family detached home. And we actually, I remember Commissioner Musso asked this direct question when we had the boulders presented, the preliminary plat for the boulders presented to you some months ago. But the question was raised, is there a sample, or we offered what a sample product might be there. And we suggested that a sample product that would be appropriate for the boulders is, I think it's called Desert Bluff by Salisbury down in the Desert Canyon community south of the airport, the regional airport. Those are 2-story units. But as Drew indicated in the zoning document that's been approved since 1999-2000 for 2 decades now, the building height at Coral Canyon has always been 35 feet. And so while there are no production homes currently in Coral Canyon that are 2 stories, the zoning document, the PCD, has certainly allowed it from the beginning of the PCD approval back in 1999 and 2000. So I don't disavow that. I absolutely confirm that could be a potential product that could go on the boulders. And so one other note is there seems to be a little concern, for lack of a better word. We've used the word attainable, which I think is a very appropriate and respectful word. I don't know if that's being misconstrued by some of the owners as being kind of like housing projects or subsidized housing. That's certainly not at all what we're suggesting when we recommend, when we request the 5-foot side yard setbacks and the 10-foot rear yard setbacks. What I'm suggesting is a personal experience I had. I was a Coral Canyon owner from 2004. Our first home that we purchased in Coral Canyon was in the 14th Fairway subdivision, the area near the Telegraph entrance to Coral Canyon. And my home, my wife and I, and we had 2 young kids at the time, we lived in was less than 1,200 square feet. And guess what our side yard setbacks are, or were, and the home's still there, so you could go and confirm that. They were 5-foot side yard setbacks. Multiple lots in that 14th Fairway subdivision. and there's a handful others that are super close to 5. They may be 6 feet. They had 5-foot side yard setbacks. That home was something that we could attain. That home was something that we could afford. We lived there for 2 years. In 2007, with the land flowing with milk and honey, we sold. We had built about $50,000 of equity in that home. And when we sold that home, we rented another home in a different part of Coral Canyon for 1 year. And we put the equity towards a different home in Coral Canyon up near off of Overland Trails. And we bought that home a year later, and we were able to put that equity towards the purchase of that home. And we lived there for another 5 until 2013 when we moved out of state. I've shared the same story with the owners, and what I have to say, commissioners, is that is the essence of Coral Canyon. The original developers, together with their land partner, Sitla, who is our land partner, had an amazing vision of creating a community that wasn't just one strata of the socioeconomic sphere that we have in our society. People like my wife and I lived there. We went into community activities church with people who were living in the half-acre custom homes and with other people in other production homes, and it makes such a great community, and that's what Coral Canyon is. Our intent with the 5-foot side yard setbacks and the 10-foot rear yard setbacks is to create a product along the non-golf course side of Telegraph that will be that much more attainable to whether it's a young family starting out, a single person, an older empty nester couple, whatever it is, someone looking for something more attainable. We know that we are in a housing crisis in the community. An average new home is well over $400,000 to purchase. An existing home is in the high 300s. Something has to be done for making a change there, or at least making some options for folks who can't afford that average home. A quick note as it relates to Area 8 and that ability to cluster the density in that planning area. If you look on the easternmost highlighted green or yellow, whatever that color is, portion of Area 8, that's immediately adjacent to the water treatment plant that the city owns or runs, as well as the power generation facility there. If you go and if you've driven there, which I'm sure you commissioners have, you'll notice that the likelihood of that ever being developed is all but zero. There's a wash that surrounds it on the north and on the west, as Drew's kind of pointing there, and that is really effectively non-developable. And so that density, so to speak, is likely never going to happen on that particular part. And so allowing us to have those, smaller lots with the tighter setbacks only makes it, developable as it's always been intended to be developed along the Razor Ridge there. And then the fourth element, which is the broader, potentially more controversial or element that we're proposing, is having nightly rental. And this is an element that we are keeping it in our proposed change up there next to Highway 9 and the Telegraph Street. It's immediately adjacent to Coral Ridge, which, as you know, is already a recreation resort, short-term rental, nightly rental zone area that has been commercial since the beginning of the PCD amendment. I think Commissioner Schill mentioned that's very unlikely that a grocer or like some kind of anchor there will ever decide to locate there. We've had that same experience. Probably 15 or so years ago, Smith's Food Stores was actually aggressively pursuing that site. And then as they were walking through the process of that real estate transaction, Walmart decided to locate down the street on Highway 9 in Hurricane, and that just blew that transaction out of the water. And so the site's been there for 20 years. There's been very little interest of late. We've actually received a couple LOIs. We represent Sitla as the commercial broker on the commercial acreage within Coral Canyon. One for a C-store and one for a car wash that will be appropriately aligned along Telegraph frontage of that site. But the remaining 13 or so acres is very appropriate for a nightly rental use, similar to what we've done at the town center and the 8. I know, again, I've heard them. I've heard them loud and clear, the negative comments about the town center or the 8, but I think we have to be very realistic and very clear. if the town center and the 8th were not developed, those parcels would still be undeveloped dirt. Coral Canyon in its current situation, configuration, condition, we can't even support a restaurant here. There's a restaurant next to the Harley Davidson shop that has languished for years and over a decade. Before that, there was a sandwich shop in the 2-story commercial building here that was open for a time and then just went out of business. The commercial uses that had originally been planned, and I totally respect the original intent and the original master planning, but what we have to recognize in development and master planning is that we have to have some flexibility. Otherwise, we can't change with market conditions or correct things that should have probably been corrected earlier on. And so having a nightly rental use is, in my opinion, certainly much better than a vacant just parcel of dirt sitting there that's hopefully one day going to have some commercial use. One element that's been raised or a concern that I want to respond specifically to is increased traffic with nightly rental products, with nightly rental uses. And I would just respectfully submit that other than a few holiday weekends a year, having nightly rental residential use there, it has hardly any traffic. My office directly across the street from the town center, my window I overlook and I see the traffic. And except for Martin Luther King weekend and President's Day weekend and a couple other holiday weekends of the year, there certainly is not a traffic element with nightly rental. In fact, another city that we do work in development in, Santa Clara, on the other side of the county, they applaud nightly rental, and they specifically indicate that it is wonderful because their road maintenance is all but nothing because, again, there's very little traffic associated with nightly rentals on a sustained daily consistent use. Again, few weekends a year, there is increased traffic. And so I just wanted to point that out. Anyway, the other element is, as far as the Washington City is concerned, back in 2018, the city implemented a portion of the transient room tax that comes from folks who rent out their homes on a nightly rental basis. And the city takes some of that tax. So there is some revenue from the city perspective from nightly rentals here in Washington City as of June of 2018. Again, appreciate your time tonight. I'm happy to respond to any other specific questions that you have. The Area 5, while we're proposing the setback changes there, we have no imminent plans whatsoever. We frankly joke inside, kind of to what was commented earlier, is who would want to live along Landfill Road? And when that is developed in the future, we certainly probably want to change the name of that street. But right now, all we're asking for or proposing is a decrease in the setbacks there. And we have no imminent plans for that, just as a note to the commission. I appreciate your time, and we ask for your support tonight. Thank you.
Good job, Drake. 4 minutes, right on the dot. I appreciate that, commissioners. Or Elton, I should check with you. Is there any other comments that you have? Or, I'm sorry, any other public comments that have come up? Probably not.
No, there's not.
Okay, thank you. At this point, I will entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
This is Commissioner Musso. I move that we close the public hearing.
And a second.
Second that.
Got a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the public hearing is now closed. Now we'll open this for comments from the commissioners to either staff or the developer. What do you have? I'll start.
The only question I had was number areas 5 and 8, but he answered it. I wondered if it was going to be for 55 and older, but it doesn't sound like it.
Yeah, it doesn't. The question I had, Drake, you'd mentioned that the PCD allows a 35-foot height home. Does the HOA allow that, or is it specifically note against that, as some of the comments had mentioned that we had received in writing?
That's a great question, Commissioner. As I've read the CC&Rs, it certainly allows the height of a 2-story home.
It does.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Commissioner, what do you think? Questions?
Well, I had a number, I wrote down a number of things as we were going through. I don't know if the people that we got comments from, and we did, like you said, Commissioner Hanson had over 150 of them, if they really understood that only Area 9 was going to be the nightly rentals. You know, I wouldn't even consider allowing Area 7 to be nightly rentals. You know, so I just think that there's some confusion out there about where exactly the nightly rentals proposal is. I guess that the next thing I question too is that to Drake is that along Area 8, I mean, is there a reason why we couldn't redo 14th Fairway, you know, and build homes similar to those, you know, the single level? Because I think the other grief that you're catching, big time grief that you're catching is the multi-level, the 2-story homes. You know, that's where a lot of the complaints were about. And I don't think there's so much complaining about, you know, if there's homes going to be there, but I think the 2-story is going to be a real bugaboo for you. And in the stuff in 14th Fairway, you know, I've appraised enough of them to know that those things typically run between 1,000 and I think probably at max about 1,400 square feet. They're not huge, but they are an entry-level house for the most part that would fit affordable housing. And then that leads me to the question about, you know, what's the price point going to be? Because you'd mentioned, and you're absolutely right, you can't get into new construction for under $400,000 roughly anymore anywhere in the greater St. George area. And most of that is because the land prices are so high and the impact fees are so high that, you know, you're starting out with $100,000 plus in dirt and impact fees before you even start going vertical. So, you know, I mean, and that's a question that it's not only you, but every developer and every one of us on the planning commission have to come up with some ideas of what to do, you know. Let me think. Oh, the other question I had is that, you know, you don't plan on any multifamily residences. You know, I don't see us putting up apartment buildings like at the bottom of Telegraph going down into the main part of the city. And then I kept hearing about a trailer park, and what am I missing? Is there a manufactured home community that's going off to the north side in Hurricane?
Yes.
Okay, and is that in Area 11?
Yes, it's in the city of Hurricane, though. It's in Area 11. You see all the earthwork, you know, going on out there?
Yeah.
It's going to be an RV park, from my understanding.
Oh, it's an RV park, not a manufactured home park.
Well, Drake, can you clarify that? Because I've always, it was the impression it was an RV, like the one you guys gave an extension of time to tonight. Drake, can you clarify that?
I can, and I need to be very clear when I make this clarification that I have no ownership in that. We have no, you know, we're not that developer. But I'll tell you what I do know. I agree with what Drew said. It's in the city of Hurricane. It's a 40-acre luxury RV resort. And so there will be places, as I understand, again, I'm just speaking to you, you know, second, third hand here, as we're not the developer. But from what we hear is there's going to be places for, you know, luxury motor coaches to come in and stop there. They're going to have Airstreams that will be there for people who don't have their own mobile lodging to lodge in. And I think they're also proposing some elements of some, you know, kind of locally serving commercial that would serve the people who come there. But that's what I know. It's currently under development.
Okay.
I got a text. It is an RV park. Yeah,
Okay.
recreational, like he explained. So
Yeah, because, you know, in a number of the comments that people referred to, you know, I couldn't tell if it's an RV park or if it was a manufactured home park, and I had no clue because I thought, you know, now granted, I've only been doing this 14 months, but I would assume that we would have heard about something. But now that it makes more sense. Now it's on the other side of the road in Hurricane that we wouldn't have heard about it, obviously.
Right.
So
now, Commissioner Musso,
Yes, sir.
If you notice the screen, I've kind of, scribbled on there, the blue and red area.
Yep.
5 years ago, that particular part of Area 7, okay, that lower part right there, was awarded vacation rental nightly rentals back in 2016 when Town Center and the 8th were done. You made a comment about something, so I just wanted to clarify, the gentleman called me out on something, but I never did say that this wasn't. That's a almost 5.5 year approval way back, but just in this area here has been awarded vacation rental 5 or 6 years ago.
Oh, man.
Just
Okay.
that part of Area 7.
And how long?
Well, you can't do anything about it. You don't need to worry about it. It's done, but I just wanted you to be aware of that.
Okay. I appreciate that. And then another question I have is why is Coal West still in control of the HOA? I don't get it. You got how many hundreds of homes out there, and why are you guys still in control of the HOA?
I'm happy to respond to those questions, Commissioner, if you're ready for my response.
Go for it, because I got more.
I would expect it. I made a couple notes. If I missed one, certainly prompt me and I'll make sure I put on my list. But I made a couple notes here. I think your first question related to the confusion that seems to be surrounding Area 7 and the nightly rental. I guess I would just submit that I think the reason why there's some confusion there and why a lot of these comments that you probably got to read, and maybe even some of the ones that were submitted today that were read during this meeting, is again, our original proposal had been to have single family detached nightly rental in the northern portion of Area 7 above that little box that Drew just drew.
Right.
And so hearing the residents and with 2 meetings, we decided to withdraw that proposal for the north half of Area 7 entirely. And so I think we've had a little kind of anachronistic situation where they probably had submitted their comments before they knew that we were withdrawing it. And so that's just my quick comment to that point. As it relates to Area 8 and the concern, the angst that is associated with potentially building 2-story residences there, I would respond in this way. Again, from day one, 1999, 2000, the building height in the zoning and in the CC&Rs has always allowed 2-story homes. The original developer, we as the current developer currently have not opted to build 2-story homes to this point, but it's always been on the table as an option. So I just wanted to underscore that. Now, you brought up the 14th fairway again. As I mentioned, I know it well. I lived there for 2 years. The 14th fairway somehow got approved and their setbacks don't apply to the currently approved setbacks. And so for us to, as you suggested, replicate the 14th fairway up at Area 8, we would need you to still approve the setbacks that we have in front of you this evening.
And I agree with that. I would say if we approved the 5-foot setbacks, why couldn't we replicate a 14th fairway along 8 as opposed to going 2-story? That was in essence what my question is, Drake.
I see. Okay, I appreciate that clarification. We feel like and we're not set on this. I have to preface it with this. I think we're asking for those setbacks and then hoping for the flexibility of either doing 2-story or 1-story residences there, again, which the CC&Rs and the zoning has always allowed. And so, but we hear, the concern there, but we hope that we can have the flexibility of having, that option of having the 2-story, which again, the zoning provides. Let me just make a quick comment. When I was down taking those pictures of Desert Bluff, what I found very interesting, and this is certainly anecdotal, I didn't go and knock on the door, but guess what was parked in front of one of these homes at Desert Bluff, these 2-story single-family detached homes? A Washington City police cruiser.
Well,
and I think
that's my secretary's husband. Okay, so I know which one that is, but yeah, it is, and they couldn't find any place in Washington, and they had to go down there. But yeah,
Exactly.
that's-
I think that speaks directly to why it would be so helpful to have that ability for folks who wanted a little bit more space. I think with the 2-story that you can, you know, as far as fitting folks inside of a like more of like a family size, that 2-story option may be a little more flexible that way. But that's the bottom line. In order to replicate the 14th fairway, we need to have that setback that we're proposing tonight. Tonight, we're not specifically proposing 2 or 1-story, again, because the zoning and the CCNRs are already abundantly clear that 2-story building heights are allowed on all the planning areas. There's no restriction. And then the last comment that you mentioned or question was about this HOA control, which again, certainly is not part of our application tonight. It's an ancillary issue, but let me address that. The folks who commented are certainly accurate. The developer still maintains control of the HOA. I think many of you who are familiar with development and property owners associations, there's typically what's referred to as a declarant period. The declarant is usually the developer who's declaring the conditions, covenants, and restrictions at the beginning of the development process. We are still inside that declarant period and will be for quite a while, given how the CCNRs are written. That said, let me respond to that. We have 2 members of our board who, myself, I'm the president, and a development associate who's another board member. And then we have 1 resident board member who is an owner at Coral Canyon. And then just in December, we inaugurated, it was the first of its kind in the Coral Canyon history in the last 20 years, we've inaugurated a community council. And so we solicited interest from all of the 800 or so owners of Coral Canyon, of folks who wanted to serve on this community council. In kind of a city analogy, in our minds, they kind of fill the role of a planning commission, where they are a recommending body. They don't have any authority to enact change or to make the final decision, but they are a recommending body to the board. And so we just implemented that in early December and have given them a responsibility for providing recommendations to us as a board as it relates to where we can spend the funds that the HOA has, like on painting the clubhouse or on doing various landscaping projects or any capital projects where we need to spend money. And so again, I can't speak much for behind me. I became the president of the board in April of last year, so I'm not even through my first year. But what I can speak is what we're doing now and what we're doing in the future. And we're certainly increasing the feedback that we're seeking from the residents. The community council is a big step in the right direction. I think I responded to those questions. If I missed any.
No, you did fine. You did fine. Thank you.
Hey, Drake, any future development or homes or whatever may be approved at some point on the other side of Telegraph, are they all going to be paying into the HOA dues and the amenities that Coral Canyon as a whole has?
That's a great question, Commissioner. It's very likely that yes, they will, but they may be a separate, they refer to them as a separate benefited area. It's like a sub-association. For example, the development we're doing up on the views, the south side of the mesa that is part of the Master Homeowners Association, but they have a separate sub-association because they have their own amenity. The Boulders, as you recall, when you saw our preliminary plat, has its own amenity. And so while we'll be building residences there, we'll also be providing their own amenities. And so they will not be using the Master Community Center as part of the original development there near Heritage Park. They'll all have their own separate amenities away from the master amenity, but they will still be part of the master HOA, contribute to the landscaping, the assessments for the master, as well as having a separate assessment tacked on to their own area.
So if I understood you correctly, they'll be paying into the master HOA, but they will not have access to the main clubhouse there and pool area.
That's correct. One of the things that has been abundantly clear, and again, we've heard the residents, and this is my predecessors, is the current amenity, the master community center, their master amenity, just doesn't have the capacity for more and more and more neighborhoods being developed. And so we're providing separate, distinct amenities for these new neighborhoods.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, I'm kind of a horse trader. What if we traded the nightly rental in number 7 and granted the nightly rental over there where the commercial was?
Get it out of the middle and put it at the north end?
Yeah.
You mean the one that was already approved?
Yeah, take it away from the one that was approved, but we'd have to have Coral Canyon, horse trade that into the other one. Any comments?
Thank you for that suggestion, Commissioner. Our intent is not to give up one for the other one, as Drew summarized. That southern portion, the portion closest to Telegraph on Area 7, was granted nightly rental zoning permission back in 2016 or 17. And our intent is to not give that up for the Area 9 proposal. Why we feel, I guess just a quick note, why we feel like the Area 7, although again, this is not on our proposal because it was already approved, why it's an appropriate area for nightly rental is it's entirely separate. I mean, it's over like 600 feet from the nearest residence there, and it has the golf course surrounding it. We call it the island for a reason because it's entirely separate from. And then speaking about the question that Commissioner Hanson mentioned a minute ago, it would be entirely separate from. We would not annex it into the HOA. It would be not any part of the HOA. As you may have heard, there's been some management changes at the Coral Canyon Golf Course. They're actually making investments to what has been very needed maintenance on the course. They've had it closed for the last several weeks, and they're improving the bunkers as kind of a first phase to it. We're excited. We have no ownership in the golf course, but we're certainly a vested interest because, as someone mentioned in the public comments, when they bought many years ago, what drew them to the community was the green grass at the Coral Canyon Golf Course. That has been suffering, as I think many of you know. That's in the process of changing given the management changes and ownership changes there at the golf course. And so we feel like having the Area 7, which was already approved, and then this additional nightly rental use on Area 9 should support, the Coral Canyon Golf Course as a destination golf course. And we'll just lift the area. It will be a rising tide.
Just a thought.
Drake, this is Commissioner Hanson again. When I first got on the committee, we saw a project in my first night that had probably 10 to 15 public comments, and I felt overwhelmed at that time. And I remember my comment to the developer. I said, this should be easier. I was new at the time, brand new, and I said, coming here, we shouldn't have so many comments from surrounding residents that are opposed to what you're bringing to us. It should be easier from you as a developer in what the community wants and being cohesive and people liking what you're bringing to the table at that time. And tonight, I literally took the day off of work to read all the comments. I called some of the people to talk to them, to left their phone number. Not because anything other than I was really trying to figure out if this is that big of a problem. Because when I look at your project, I don't really have these big concerns about it. But it's hard for me to ignore the waves that just came right over the top of me of the people that live there. They're the ones that are going to be looking at this every day. And it affects them 100%. It affects me nothing, really. I'm not in this area. I don't use it very often. So I don't know where I stand. I made some notes. This is really for the other commissioners where I stand on the situation. My concern in the city of Washington is that we're becoming oversaturated with nightly rentals. I'm not a fan of them. Coming from out of state, this is a new thing for me. I'm concerned about in the downturn in the economy when it comes, what that looks like for these nightly rentals anywhere, not just to what's on the docket tonight, but anywhere that's been approved or even may be approved in the future. Of course, the trail part mentioned here, I'm all for it. Of course, the Telegraph, I'm glad that's clarified as far as that. The setbacks, I don't really have too much of a problem with, other than I personally would like whatever's built on the other side of Telegraph to look consistent with Coral Canyon. I'm a little bit taken back based on all the number of comments that I've read and heard today and yesterday that it doesn't allow for 2 stories. So I'm a little taken back that it actually does. But what I would like to see is that some sort of a consistency on the other side of Telegraph to look like it matches visually Coral Canyon when you're driving through there. It's one continuous neighborhood, and there's smaller homes and bigger homes, and I don't know why I can't see that on the other side of the road as well. That's where I'm at. I don't have a problem with the setbacks, things like that, but I would just like it to be consistent. If I had my pick, there wouldn't be any 2 stories just to stay consistent with all of Coral Canyon. But on the other side, I understand if it allows it, it's unfortunate that it hasn't been built to this point, because that makes the residents obviously think that there are only going to be single family homes in there. I live in a single family home community, and if all of a sudden they started building 2-story homes, I could see the cause for the uproar. But ours was zoned differently, so I'm a little taken back by that. But commissioners, that's where I stand on the different elements tonight, and yeah, that's kind of where I'm at.
Commissioner Hanson, can I just jump in to tag on to one thing you said there, and just to make it clear, is that all the comments you got, we added those from the original meeting of the 6th. Okay, a lot of them came in. We didn't feel like we should discard them. We felt like we should move them forward to you. And again, a lot of those that came on the 6th were indeed earmarked, directed at Area 7.
Yeah.
That has been changed. I just wanted to clarify that for all 4 of you to know that all those comments you got were actually from the 6th. And then we re-noticed. We sent out notices again about tonight's meeting. So they were all joined together. That's why the volume was so high. But again, a lot of the ones you probably heard was the angst that many people had about Area 7, without a doubt.
So
I just want to clarify that for you.
Yeah, I remember reading them on the 6th. I felt the same way. So nonetheless, my point being, there's an overwhelming negative response to what we're talking about tonight from the community that's going to bear this on their back. And that's a concern for me. Again, I understand you have a right to develop this, and I get that, and I want to assist in that process, but I can't ignore the overwhelming negative response, and I don't think City Council should either.
So Commissioner Hanson, I think we need to close the public hearing still. I think we're still.
You did.
Oh, we did already?
Yeah.
Okay. Guys, I do a lot with nightly rentals. I appraise them all the time, and those are going to be, and this is just my opinion and years of experience, when the market takes a downturn, and it's going to, that's going to be the first area that's going to get hit hard, because people get rid of vacation homes and they won't come and use them or whatever. The other thing about nightly rentals is they're only used, on a good nightly rental, they may get 40 to 50% occupancy, and that's a really good one. And they are super price sensitive. And if there's a $5 differentiation in the price between one unit and the next unit, you'll see an occupancy drop from 30% down to 15%. And I've documented this time and time again as I have to prepare income statements for pro forma income statements for the banks and the mortgages that they're going to. So we see this, I see it a lot. I don't know how much more or how many more we need, in all honesty. I was talking to Commissioner Hanson today. The person who makes out on the nightly rentals is the developer. There's absolutely no question. Down in Sienna Hills, there's one little section that's zoned PCD, and you go across the street in the same nightly rental in Sienna Hills, and then it's all nightly rental. And I appraised one unit in there. These are matching units at $330,000. And I was talking to the real estate agent in there, who's a friend of mine that I was just busting his chops. And I said, you know what? You got $100,000 difference just because of the zoning when I go across the parking lot on the other side of the development, the exact same model. And I said, the only person making out on that is the developer and the real estate broker. And he kind of got a grin on his face and said, yeah, you're right. You're right. So, I mean, there's no necessary public benefit, in my opinion, to adding more nightly rentals. You know, I just don't see it. Now, the smaller houses, for sure, we need them, absolutely. But just to give carte blanche to nightly rentals is not my idea of a good thing to do. And especially when we've read the input that's come through all of the stuff that came through, like Jason was talking about. Now that and $1.06, if you have a refill cup, will get you a Maverick, you know, get you something at Maverick for what it's worth, you know, so anyway.
I believe there is nightly rentals in Coral Canyon right now towards that, I guess, the commercial areas, right? I believe.
They're in both areas, Van. They're at the commercial area, and then they're also right next to this area 7, or not area 9 that we've been discussing. That whole Coral Ridge area, there's probably well over 100 units in there. And then also at Town Center, there's probably another 40 right in there. And then along the 8th fairway, where Drew's marking right there. And those are especially high-end units. So they started at about 700,000 and going up to about $1.2 million.
In addition to that, too, there's some over at Sienna Hills, too.
Yeah, there's hundreds of them over there, literally.
If there's an area for nightly rentals anywhere, it's nice that it can be segregated out a little bit away from homeowners. And that north part there, next to the commercial where he's drawn now, it fits that description. I go back and forth about whether or not we really need as many nightly rentals in the city as we've produced and is being approved. But I can understand both ways on that one. Sheila, I think that's interesting what you said. It's not on the docket, but having 7, the nightly rental there exchange for up there, that's kind of an interesting thing that now that's stuck in my mind. Yeah, I don't know. This is a tough one, guys. I don't know how you even come close to getting some sort of a motion. At some point, we're going to need to come up with something. Drew, one of my questions with regards to, in all fairness to these residents, if a lot of these comments were sent to us thinking that 7 was on the table, I wonder, I don't know how to say this, but I don't know if something like this was tabled where we could actually get a handful or get the comments that actually pertain to what's on the table, where there was a better understanding. Does that change things for the city? Does that change things for our minds? I'm kind of curious about that.
That would be really difficult. And especially to keep it fair, because I don't know what would, it would be hard to find that out, to be honest with you, if some of them knew 7 was off the table and if they did or didn't know.
Yeah.
I mean, and again, please take comfort in the city council holds another public hearing on it.
Yeah.
And their public hearing is specifically for what you've seen here that will be moved on to them.
Okay. Well, commissioners, I don't, I'm open to all your thoughts. So is Drew, I'm sure, and so is the applicant. At some point, we're going to have to narrow this down to determine what we want to do this evening.
Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
this is Drake with Co-Westonville. I hate to say something, but I wanted to ask if I could just speak to your concern, your comment about just the breadth of public comment that you received.
Oh, I think you should speak to that, because the city council just needs to understand what we went through as commissioners. And it's hard for me as one to ignore the breadth of that. So yes, fire away.
Okay, I really appreciate that. I certainly don't want to be out of order, but so I thank you for allowing me a second. So what I guess I would respond to that with is we hear the breadth. We've had 2 of these meetings. We talked about I know the last one was at least 2 hours long. We have listened. We've heard very similar comments that you've all heard tonight. We have kind of a double dipping, as Drew, I think, mentioned a minute ago. You heard the ones that you read were submitted ahead of that January 6th meeting. Then we've changed based on the feedback, and then you received more tonight. And so there's kind of a double dipping of the feedback. And then just from the pure sense of scale, I know you mentioned just from your own experience, your first night on the commission, you had an agenda item, a proposal that solicited 10 to 15 comments from the public. I don't know exactly what that application was, but just to give some context to our proposed PCD amendment, I believe there's at least 800 owners of Coral Canyon properties. When a zone change is required, or sorry, when a zone change is proposed in a PCD, it's incumbent upon the applicant to notify every owner of property within the PCD. And so I guess I just wanted, I know it's probably obvious, but just from a sheer scale and sheer breadth perspective, I think it's only to be expected that from a zone change situation with that many owners within a PCD, it's, I think, reasonable to assume you'd have that many more comments about the proposed zone change. While I understand there's, you know, folks that have some deep set opinions and feelings towards nightly rental and some other concerns that they've couched with attainable housing. But I think I just wanted to be clear about the breadth of numbers that are associated with who owns within Coral Canyon's PCD. I appreciate you letting me make that statement.
Yeah, I guess in my mind, I would look at it that I felt like I received a comment from 15 to 20% of those residents then. You said there's 800, give or take, between the two different meetings. And it, you know, the first meeting, we had quite a number of comments. Let's just split it in half, and we're still getting a sizable number, and there wasn't one of them that was positive. And I think if you were to put yourself in my shoes, I think it would be a little, I don't know, empathetic to understand, how do I make that decision when you've got 15 to 20% of the people coming at you saying, hey, not even close. And that, it's almost not fair that 7's off the table and maybe some of them didn't know that and they wouldn't have made the comment, and that could have gotten whittled down. I don't know. I guess I'm trying to see this from both sides, and the one side is 100% no, and the other side of me is like, listen, I get it. That my role is to try to help city council understand what the community's feel of an area is and shape it the best we can for everybody. And not everybody, but overwhelming number for me, 15 to 20% is telling me not a chance, no, Co-West is terrible, you know, whatever. And I don't know your company to be that way. I know your company build a great product. So I want to try to help it, but I found myself in a really difficult spot. Anyway, other commissioners, that's where I'm at still. Same thing.
So how do we split it up? Or do we split it up? I mean, this was your first question of the night, Jason, when we started doing this thing, is that, you know, do we have to accept it all, or do we piecemeal it? You know, it seems like it would have been, part of it's a no-brainer and part of it's a big pain, you know? So, I don't know.
I agree. I only have an opinion on that, and my opinion is that we have to split it up. That's my opinion.
And I do too.
Otherwise, if we don't split this up, my vote is no, and that won't change because just of the feedback that I received. I'll pass that to city council as a denial and let them decide. But they need to understand the scope of the people that are coming out against this.
And I concur.
I'm fine with the trails. I'm fine with the telegraph. I'm fine with areas 8 and 5, and I would revert back to the other to be commercial and forget about anything there.
So Doug, you're the expert on commercial stuff. I mean, you got 17 acres. That's a pretty good sized piece.
It's a big piece, and you can put a big box in there, but they're not gonna come right now. I don't think there's enough rooftops there. Yeah, Walmart went down the road and scared off supposedly Smiths. We're trying to get them other places too. They're just not doing anything. So it's tough. Dealers, things like that, you know, they're pretty active right now. Like I said, it could be a RV place, sales, service, could be an automotive place. But is it really? No, it could be a trailer sales.
I have tendency to agree with what you said, Commissioner Shield, the same thing, that we take off the nightly rentals. We look at everything else as being something that we can pass on for approval to City Council. I think we lost Van. Did we put Van to sleep?
No, I was just staring at this, the staff report.
Yeah. In 8, when we saw 8 a little bit ago and we approved that, I thought of that as being consistent of what was across the street at Coral Canyon. And that is something that I could envision happening in 8, in 5. 5 is kind of interesting too, because it's isolated out there on its own, which may warrant or merit something that, you know, more density that way or something. I don't know. That sounds like that's in the future, but that's kind of where I'm at, is exactly where Commissioner Shield was walking down that road about. Yes.
I kind of thought that if it were a 55 and older, it would cut some of the riffraff out, but I shouldn't say it that way. But I thought it would be more like a Brio product. But I'm fine with a generational family community. I think it's fine.
Yeah. I'd like it to be consistent, but I also understand and would not oppose if they did build 2 stories, because they can. And they
I don't mind that.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that, and it's segregated to that side of the road. That would go against quite a number of comments that I read, but boy, if that was always available, there's no reason I'm taking it away. If they want to do that, that's fine.
Yep.
Well, and that is not going to adversely affect anybody's property values on the other side of the road.
No.
It's just not.
I agree.
People always throw that up as their first argument, that it's going to affect my property value, and it's not going to. Okay, guys, are we gonna be here all night, or do we need to make a motion here?
Yeah, at some point.
Yeah, let's make a move.
Okay.
Do you want me to propose what I proposed?
Yes.
I'll entertain a motion.
Okay, this is Commissioner Schill. I would propose that we recommend to the City Council a partial zone change. I guess that's how I would say it. From their request of Z21-05 to amend the Coral Canyon PCD Plan Community Development. The purpose is to amend the 5-foot setback requirement in areas 5 and 8, the trail system nightly rental zone in area 7 and 9, and we telegraph improvements, applicants Cole West. I would propose that we recommend they amend the 5-foot setback requirement in area 5 and 8, the trail system, and we do not recommend to the City Council that they approve the nightly rental zoning in areas 7 and 9. Is that how I should say it?
You have the street, the telegraph improvement part too, you left out.
And we would recommend that they, where's that at? Oh, do the telegraph improvement, the street telegraph improvements.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
All subject to the, do we have subjects in there?
There's one condition that only the exhibits shown here will be part of it, yeah.
Okay, and that exhibit will be part of it.
I second that.
All right, I've got a motion and a second. We'll go to individual voting. Commissioner Shield,
Yes,
Commissioner Fitzampu,
Aye.
Commissioner Musso,
Aye.
Commissioner Hanson, I'm an aye as well. The motion will be passed on to City Council. Could you, Drew, give us a date possibly that will be
It's the 10th,
the 10th?
February 10th, yes.
Okay, for all those that are listening, February 10th. And Drew, will that also be a public meeting as well, at City Council?
Yeah, public hearing, yes.
It'll be a public hearing there where they can voice their opinions on what we've decided this evening.
Correct, yeah.
Perfect. I appreciate it. Drake, thank you for your comments and being aboard tonight. I appreciate it. And gentlemen, we'll move to discussion items number 9. And that is up to Drew. Turn the time over to you, Drew.
Yeah, if I may, because we were hoping that you'd have some new members. Now they have been approved and appointed. They just have not been sworn in. So that's why they're not with you tonight. But you will be bringing on to the Planning Commission, Corey Anderson and Pete Bullock will be joining you, and that'll be your next meeting. So we talked about training on Planning Commission protocol. I think I want to wait till those gentlemen join you, but there is one item I would like to bring up, and that's getting back in personally in the council chambers as a group. If if someone does not want to, we can still keep you on Zoom, but everybody, is that a group, majority that you want to meet in person in the council chambers? And if you don't feel comfortable doing that, one of you, two of you, let us know. We can still bring you in on Zoom. You'll be on the TV screens in there. But I guess I'm asking for majority. Is 3 of the 4 of you good about meeting in the council room?
I'm good.
I'm good.
Yeah, I guess I am, but if it gets really crowded with people, I think.
And even then, Van, I can put you in one of the offices if that you feel uncomfortable. We can always pop up one of the computers, down the hall here, and you'll be in an office all by yourself. Because I wouldn't want you to have to run home, and log in and everything. So we'll leave that open, that I can have at least one computer ready to go. If somebody does feel like they want, there's too many people, they can pop into that office here in my hallway.
I was going to ask a follow-up question. What would something like tonight look like if we were all back in there? Would there be that many people in there wanting to talk, or how would we control that?
You would have had the same number that you saw tonight. Nothing changed in that respect. We invited people to come in.
Yeah.
We opened it up for them to be able to come in and speak at the mic tonight. That's how the notices went out.
Yeah. So, okay. I guess I would think there would have been more people that would have showed up, and how do we put all them in a room where we still are?
Well, the problem is there's still going to have to be protocol, and we're not changing that. And I hope everybody listening understands that. We're going to enforce 6-foot distancing, mask, individual seating like that. But so the room is, those who are here, I'd have you go walk in there. There's chairs, and they're all 6 feet apart every direction. We can only put 20 chairs in there, and that's it.
Okay.
So we might have to, again, if people are listening, we would have to go by item. If there's something like tonight, if all the Coral Canyon people showed up, I would ask most of them to wait and invite anybody for any of the other items, but I still want to encourage people to write in and to watch on YouTube. I mean, I think it would be prudent not to do so, just because we're still in a pandemic, and I don't want people to lose sight of that.
Yeah.
Do we know how many people were actually on Zoom tonight?
I think there's like 55. Well, on YouTube, 55 people.
Did you see that, man? I know some of you can see that 55 people watched on YouTube.
I'm okay with coming back, Drew. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll plan on your next meeting. And right now, the 3rd is still in limbo. Don't have any.
I heard that was training. Kathy kind of told me that today.
Correct. Yeah, and so that's what we're planning on doing, is just training. There's no applications. So that'll be a good night. We can just spread out in the conference room, and do a good training with all 6 members.
Hey, and gentlemen, this is Councilman Staley. I was half the time in the chambers and half the time on Zoom, but I also sent an email to each of you. The council discussed training last night, and there is some training put forward by the Utah League of Cities and Towns with some videos. They asked that the Planning Commission take some time to watch those. So that would be very helpful in your preparation for any future trainings that Drew prepares.
And we will send you those links, gentlemen. We'll
Hey, Drew, I actually
Yeah,
already emailed it out
he
earlier
did.
this evening.
Okay, good. I didn't know. Yeah, that's great. You already found them. Yeah, there's
Yeah.
what? There are 3 of them, Chris?
There's 3, and then there's a few more resources on there if you want to take a deeper dive. But the biggest one, I think, is general plan and zoning and just, open and public meetings, training that even if we've done it before, we can benefit from doing it again, whether we're new or seasoned.
Yeah, refreshers never hurt. They're always good.
I get to see everything I did wrong. Sweet. Now we're talking.
No,
And you guys do great, by the way. You guys are great.
I'm winging it right here, man. Winging it.
But that's all I've got for you tonight. Again, I just wanted to not go into anything and then double hit it again, 2 weeks from tonight. So.
All right. Perfect. Gentlemen, do you have any other comments or concerns tonight that you'd like to bring before the commission? And if not, I will look for a motion to close the meeting for this evening.
So moved.
Amen.
Perfect. All approved?
Yes.
All opposed? Nay. Or I'm sorry. Nobody. Thanks, guys. Sorry it took so long, but
Okay. Thank you, Jason.
we'll see you.
See ya.